You are watching the Vodka stream.
Yo, what's happening, guys? Welcome to the Vodka stream. All right, turn that. Make sure it's facing my face. What is happening, guys? We made it through another week. Hopefully, you guys are doing good. I'm doing pretty good. Not too shabby. Interesting day. I will say that. I won't go into details, but it was just, well, let's just say like a hot tub was delivered to my house, which is, I guess, is a good thing. But it's going to be an interesting thing to get it all hooked up. But I guess you could say that's a good thing overall, and everything. So, anyways, cool. So who wants to come over and let's chill in the hot tub, huh? All right, that sounded weird. That sounded creepy, but hey, put a little mood music on. All right, there we go. Cheers, guys. Welcome to the Vodka stream. We got plenty to talk about tonight. When it comes to DCU stuff, of course, Lanterns, James Gunn responding to people, Supergirl, and yeah, we got some Zack Snyder things happening as well. So cheers, guys. Cheers. Got my little vodka soda, and hopefully you guys are doing good. Talk to me. How we doing out there? Let me know what's happening. We got a real skeptic right here. Hey, Dave. Fun fact. The entire script of Zach Krager's Resident Evil leaked online and fans are shitting on it. Yeah, I heard something about that. I don't know how that happens. How does that happen? Oh, see, that's the thing. And I made that joke the morning of reacting to the trailer. I went, hey, now we're going to have this other fan base that's going to have a lot of infighting that's going to be happening with that fan base. Now it's like, hey, welcome to the party, pal. Because over here in the DC world, we're always fighting with each other. Now we're going to have the Resident Evil. I mean, they've already been fighting with each other, but man, I don't know. I'm still very much looking forward to it. I'm a Zack Krager fan. I'm not a diehard Resident Evil fan. So I think I'm going to be okay. And it's kind of funny too, because, if I think William's going to be on here, something that he has said when it comes to adaptation, especially when it comes to the Lanterns adaptation, and the fact that that's always being shit on, and that was, again, being shit on this week. He brings up a good point when it comes to things where it's like, hey, not everything's going to adapt the way that you think it's going to adapt. It's got to adapt to a broader audience. But the fact of the matter is, and this is why also when I've seen people talk about like, hey, is things worse now than they were back when Zach was doing the DC thing? And I've always said that, yeah, it's worse now only because everything is more amplified and everybody is more in their own little bubble and own little world when it comes to how they think that these IPs, these existing IPs should be adapted. And I think that's, everybody's gotten a little bit more like it should be how I want it. We always used to do this whole thing about, the book is better. The book is better. And I always said, well, yeah, the reason why people always say the book is better is because when you're reading the book, you're creating your own movie. So naturally, when it comes to all this, everybody's just creating their own movies. And then that's all going to come to fruition when that AI keeps on getting better and better, because everybody's just going to be like, no, fuck that. I didn't like the way that director did that. I'm going to make my own movie. That's what's going to be interesting. Script leaked before the trailer dropped and it aligned with the trailer. Yeah. I'm not going to look at it. I'm not going to even try. Whatever the fight. It's just so crazy. What's going on, Ghoul? Hey, Dave. Such an epic second half of the Pistons Magic game tonight as down by 30 and came back and won. Wow. See? I'm not a big basketball fan, but I will watch me some playoff basketball because playoff basketball is a whole other thing. Well, playoffs were for any sport is a whole different thing. Everybody's trying a little bit harder. Everybody's just, they know it's like do or die. Obviously you guys know I'm a huge baseball fan. I watch football regularly, but man, when it comes to any sport, you get the playoffs, man, it gets crazy. What's going on, Mr. Droga? What up? I'm hoping to see Mortal Kombat 2 and The Sheep Detective soon. Been rewatching early Malcolm in the Middle lately, and it's just 2000s galore, which I love. Yeah, I never got into it. Maybe one of these days I'll dive into it. Dive into that. So, but yeah, I'm hoping to see Mortal Kombat. I don't know about Sheep Detectives. Not really interested, but hey, I'll catch it one of these days, maybe. Taladia, what is happening? Good to see you. Happy Friday to you too, sir. We got Raw Frequency. What's happening? What's good? All is well for sure. Looking forward to having some fun discussions, drinking, doing all the things, ranting and raving. What's going on, Antonio Baker? Were the previous Resident Evil movies nominated for an Oscar? I can answer the question. Fuck no. So the people who are bitching on, I know. See, that's the thing. That's what's going to be that's what I was waiting for when it comes to this. I'm like, man, we got a director that is creative who is coming up in the ranks. That is Zach Krager, and he's one of my favorite directors working right now because I thought Barbarian and Weapons were fucking fantastic. So when I heard that he was tackling this and he was going to be like, you know what? I'm not going to adapt the story because the story exists in the video games. I'm not going to even try to do that. So I'm going to adapt the world and create a whole other story within the world. But I'm also going to make it very much like a video game. And that's what he's doing. He's very much making it like a video game. And that's what I love. And I love that. I love that approach. So TGIF, Mr. Ryan. Thank you. I figured I'd wear my Project Hail Mary shirt. Always great. Probably I think it's my favorite movie of the year so far, of course. What's going on? Antoine Films, what's happening? Hot tub time? Yeah, maybe that's going to happen when we fire that thing up. But yeah, so random. I mean, I was like, my brother, who also lives here, he was like, oh yeah, we're getting a hot tub. And I thought it was going to be smaller than it actually was. But no, it's a full-on hot tub. And it was like, oh, shit. But, hey, cool. Heal the body with love. Yeah, I mean, it's true. I mean, I'll take advantage of it. But I was like, holy crap. I thought it was going to be like something smaller. It's actually pretty big. That's for damn sure. So, what's going on, MFer? What's happening? All is well for sure. Living life, man. That's what it's all about. You just got to be like, hey, sometimes you just got to go, hey, whatever. Pour yourself a drink and just be like, hey, things are crazy. Things are absolutely crazy. The script leak is BS, though, because it says no T virus, and that's straight out of fucking true. Okay, so there you go. Zach talks about, okay, that's good. So it might be they might have just like had some things because we got the description from CinemaCon when they showed the trailer at CinemaCon. So maybe whoever leaked it or posted a fake leak that just incorporated those elements into the leak. Good. I hope it didn't get leaked. Fuck that shit. I'm so tired of hearing about leaks. I mean, especially with AI. I don't know how many times I've seen a leak of the Avengers Doomsday trailer and it's just AI. Just freaking AI. But yeah, trailer was great. I thought it was great. I thought it really captured a cool little tone. And it sounds like it's going to be, from the description that we got, it's going to be kind of like Mad Max Fury Road, where you're just trying to get to point A to point B, and it's just pure madness in between. So, love that. What's going on? Carlos! Super heartbroken, but watching. Why are you super heartbroken? Hope you're not so. Okay, well, hopefully, hey, some discussions and ranting and raving, will help you out. So, hope all is good, Mr. Carlos. Versus Seed, we can officially say Supergirl comes out next month. Isn't that crazy? Oh, yeah. It's gonna be May. It's May. It is officially May right now. Oh, boy. So, yeah. I know. So, yeah, June. Yeah, it does come out next month. It's crazy. We're getting into summer, man. Years going by so quickly. Snyder to Paramount. Snyder acquires WB. Is it really happening? You what I'm talking about? Well, I'm going to talk about that a little bit, of course. Excited for Mortal Kombat 2. That's good. I'm excited too. What's going on, Hunter Iggy? Film Junkie, what are your thoughts on Zack Snyder picture today? Snyder Bros are saying Zack. That's what I'm going to comment on. That's what I'm going to comment on. The whole is back. And I'm going, where the fuck did he go? I don't know about you, but Zack never disappeared. And all of a sudden back? Like, what are we talking about here? Zack is back? What is back? I love when people say, it's almost like that saying that we are so back. You guys know I hate that saying, that we are so back, which is dying, by the way. I have not seen a lot of people use that expression anymore. That expression is finally dying, as it should, because I don't know what the fuck you mean when it says, we are so back. And just like, when it comes to Zack is back, I'm like, I don't know about you guys, but he has never gone away. He's been here the entire time. What do you mean by back? Back? It's not Zach Krager's fault. The studio probably wanted to avoid the game characters because the last movie did it badly and flopped, but the constant superhero reboots, hopefully someday they get it right. Yeah? There you go. Cheers, cheers. Ahoy, hoy, Mr. Jason McKenzie. Always great to see you, my friend. What is happening? Paramount's restoring the Snyderverse. God forbid Zach make anything else. What's going on, Jose? Paramount? Well, there you have it, folks. Snyderverse restored. Trust me, bro. Oh, good to see you, man. Good to see you, my friend. Oh, man. Yeah. Who's excited? Who's excited? I'm excited. I'm excited for it. I'm not gonna lie. I saw the Liu Kang Kung Lao clip that was posted, and I was like, yeah, it seems like they listened to the complaints of the first one and went, yeah, we just need more fighting and more Mortal Kombat. We don't need like this. And I mean, again, that the Cole character, Cole, whatever his fucking last name is, that character is gonna probably die right at the beginning, which he should. I'm not saying that he might come back later as a different character, which perfectly fine, which I think is the rumor that he comes back as a different character later on. But I'm just like, yeah, you guys created this whole new character for no fucking reason. And even what's his name is not the best actor. I mean, nothing against him. He's good at fighting. He's a good fighter. I will say that. Not a great actor. And it should have just been Johnny Cage from the get-go. But hey, what can you say? Fourth wall break. Mortal Kombat 2 is going to be epic. We're so back as MAGA energy. It's 116 minutes. So just under... Wait, what's 2 hours? It's just under 2 hours? Are you sure about that? MPA 2 is going to be epic. We're so back! Zack Snyder will return in Avengers Doomsday. That's funny. That's funny. We'll see you next week, Jose, when my Braves come to LA. Ooh. Braves are doing good, right? And my Giants fucking suck. It's embarrassing. My Giants suck. They played a doubleheader yesterday against the Phillies, and then they were leading all the way until the ninth inning and blew. Walk-offs for both. I'd never seen something like that before. Giants suck. Doomsday needs to move to the empty Thanksgiving spot since Narnia got delayed, and that had 3 weeks of IMAX exclusively before Dune. Oh, yeah, that's probably what will happen. Wouldn't be surprised. Would not be surprised. Yeah, the Curse of Devers, man. He sucks. I was never happy. I was not happy. I remember I went to my mom's. It was on a Sunday, and I went to my mom's, and the trade happened that Sunday, and I'm like, what? I don't want him. Chubby cheeks? Tobacco cheeks? That guy? I don't want him. Ever since he joined the Giants, he sucks. Just sucks, man. It's terrible. Devin, what's happening? Doing pretty good, my friend. What's your favorite Denzel Washington movie? For me, it's Training Day. I'm going to agree with you. Training Day is excellent. Excellent. Say it loud, say it proud. They are overrated. They are overrated. Yeah, they are. They just got that money. They got that money. And they're spending that money. But everyone spends too much money, and that's what's happening. It's just, there needs to be a salary cap. That's for damn sure. There needs to be a salary cap. Baseball, See, a lot of people say baseball is dying, and I don't want baseball to die. Like, can we cut off some of these salaries, man? It's getting a little too crazy. Anyways, hit that like, thumbs up, do all the things. God damn it. Let's see. Can I fix that? I can't. Oh, I can fix that. I just realized there is no S. All right, let's see if I could make sure I could fix. I think that's already fixed with that. I just realized my title. Is that? I don't think it's gonna work because I just realized. Oh man, I forgot the S, and nah, it's not gonna. Well, whatever. It's fine. All right. Did I think I fixed that in there. I did. I fixed it in YouTube. All right. No, I forgot the S in Snyder in my title. So I don't know. Anyways. All right, guys. So hit that like, thumbs up, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Do all the things and everything. So let's talk about Zack Snyder and Paramount. So that's a big thing that a lot of people are talking about today. And, it's kind of funny because I was like, okay, when it came to what Zack was going to be doing in the future, a lot of us were kind of like going like, what is he doing? What's going to happen? What's happening with Last Photograph? There's a lot of things, a lot of questions when it came to all the stuff. And naturally, when it came to Zack today, it was like, okay, cool. He posted this image on, because obviously he's very active now on Instagram, which I love because it helps promote his stuff. But naturally, he was like, okay, there we go. There's the post right there. And he said, poking around the back lot in Hollywood as we start work on our new project. Okay. And of course, right there, you see the water tower of Paramount. So he's on the Paramount lot wearing his signature V-neck white tee. And he's got his camera. He's got everything. He is ready to go. Somebody's standing behind him. I just realized that. Someone's standing behind him. So naturally, it was like, oh, God, what's happening? Obviously, it's for Brawler. I mean, it is. It's obviously for Brawler or Brawlers. I think there's like a rumor that it might be plural. I don't know. There might be more than one that might be focused on this movie right here, the UFC movie, because hello, Paramount owns the broadcasting rights to the UFC. So when we were kind of like wondering what was happening with this movie and where it was going to be distributed, it was like, oh yeah, naturally it was going to be Paramount because they own the broadcasting rights to the UFC. You can, when there's a fight on a Saturday night, you could watch it on Paramount Plus. So it was like, okay. And I even saw people like predicting that, oh yeah, if I had to predict, it'd be on Paramount. It'd be Paramount that's going to be doing the Brawler movie. It's like, yeah, no shit. I think a lot of us, if you just kind of just took in just a little bit of research, you knew that it was going to be at Paramount. But naturally, when it comes to all this stuff, it was like, oh, of course, here we go, where people are going to start making certain claims. And then you got your grifters that are, of course, there's going to be the grifters that were going to try to capitalize on. And it's so funny too, because we talked about Zack Snyder, Christopher Nolan, and the Saudis. The Saudis, if you guys remember my little jingle that I've talked about, that I did like a long time, not a long time ago, but a couple months ago, when good old Cosmic Book News and Matt McGroin, that fucking scammer out there, that scammer grifter out there, who is a very hideous individual, by the way. When I saw what he looked, I was like, oh, that makes sense. Sorry. I shouldn't make fun of someone's look. But at the same time, I'm just like, oh, yeah, that checks out. But, of course, he's always been trying to capitalize on any kind of grift. And he, of course, posted a few months ago that, yes, that Zack Snyder, Christopher Nolan, and Saudi Arabia were going to be restoring the Snyderverse, that just sounded like something from The Onion. That sounded something from a parody account. Like, why would even Christopher Nolan be involved with anything to do with that? It was absolutely ridiculous. But, of course, now he's riding the wave because, Saudi Arabia, of course, is going to be helping when it comes to even the other sovereign nations, the other Middle East nations that are going to be putting their money into the merger of Paramount and Warner Brothers. Naturally, it was like, okay, so yeah, they're going to ride that wave 100%. So it's like, oh yeah, they're totally going to be like, yeah, they want to restore the Snyderverse. Naturally, it's all there, and that's 100% why Zack is on the lot right now. Has nothing to do with brawlers. Nothing to do with brawlers, guys. Absolutely. Why would it have anything to do with brawlers? Are you kidding me? I mean, Jesus Christ. Why would it have anything to do with brawlers? Why would it, you know, I mean, come on. Why would it have anything to do with it? You know, I mean, and what are you talking about? Like, you know, you talking about Cosmic Book, or are they trying to capitalize on it? Whoa, look at that. I guess they are. Zack Snyder teases new project from Paramount lot. Snyderverse return? What? Oh my God. Yeah. Just still capitalizing, huh, Mr. McGroin? And of course, there's certain people out there that are just eating it up. Of course, naturally, eating it up big time. It's like, oh yeah, of course we're gonna like, oh yeah, that's what's happening. That's what's happening because, you know, like I said, when it comes to a merger that's happening, Paramount and Warner Brothers, but even this was happening with Netflix too. Zack was heavily involved with the conversations that were happening behind the scenes. And this is the first time ever that a director was directly involved with conversations of two studios merging. Okay. He was there when it came to Netflix and Warner Brothers. He was there when it came to Paramount and Warner Brothers as well. He's good pals with Davey Ellison always. I mean, I didn't know he was good pals when it comes to all that. But it's also kind of funny too because, you know, it was kind of funny because, you know, what is that? What is it called? Desert War. Oh yeah. Because it was funny because I mean, this was the thing that was going around too, because, you know, when we were talking about like Saudi Arabia putting in money and funding movies that they want to have big blockbuster movies, this whole thing was like happening as well. And it's like, wow, this is not a good start when it comes to Saudi Arabia, like diving into Hollywood money, because this whole Desert Warrior movie that came out this week or a few days ago is about to be one of the biggest bombs of all time that stars Anthony Mackie. And it's so funny because I'm like, holy shit, I didn't even realize that Anthony Mackie, look at this. This is so bad. I remember seeing this poster and I just thought it was something like, I thought it was like, hey, this is coming out of India. It's some kind of Bollywood movie. It probably will do well. I don't really follow those movies. I'll watch them, you know, but I had no idea that Anthony Mackie was actually starring in this movie. I didn't see any promotion, any marketing, nothing. And now this is looking like it's going to be a big bomb when it comes to that. So I'm like, okay, that's not good for the Saudis. The Saudis, you know, it's like, okay, that's not a good start. But of course, you know, the next venture is going to be the Saudis restoring the Snyderverse. Okay, 100%. We know that Zack has one of his good buddies who's one of the billionaire Saudis. What's his name? I totally forgot. Turkey, something like that, which, you know, is pretty cool. It's totally fine. I'm totally for that. And I know that they're going to be funding the Brawlers movie for sure. They're going to help with that because if you look at that guy's social media, you see nothing but boxing, UFC. He is all about combat sports. He's all about combat sports. You know, one thing that you will not see on his social media, anything DC or superheroes. I mean, I took a stroll down that, you know, that guy Turk. I went down, you know, and yes, he's post pictures with Zack Snyder and everything like that, but he has not shown any interest, nothing, no mention of anything cape shit. I don't think he has zero. I think it's zero interest in anything superhero. He's all about fighting. He's all about combat sports. Nothing about superheroes. That's why I just go like, what are you guys even thinking that? And then you're listening to Cosmic Book. Oh my God. It's just like, it gets exhausting. It really does. It really does. So when this was posted today, of course, and I kind of went down my For You page, I kind of just like looked at some tweets and took some screenshots. So obviously Cosmic Book was, trying to capitalize and play and grift and do their thing naturally. So then I was seeing stuff like this. Hugo Snyder says, "Look, I told you so, and you didn't even listen to me. Paramount was going to let the DCU develop, and then they were going to start talking with Snyder." Zack Snyder today posted a photo in Paramount Studios. Coincidence? No. Prophecy! TikTok, motherfuckers, restore the Snyderverse. That's right. There you go. TikTok, motherfuckers. He's back. It just gets better and better. He's back. I don't know where he came back from. He's been here the entire time. And then, of course, you have DCU movie page. Snyderverse will return in full force. Just a couple of ones that I, took screenshots because I thought they were funny. He's back. Again, where the fuck was he's been here the entire time. Now, when he walked away from Justice League because of what happened in the personal life, which, we hate that happened, he disappeared for a bit. And then what happened? He posted a short film that he recorded on his phone, Snow, Steam, and Iron, posted that. That's when Zack Snyder was back. How is he back right here? Do you guys realize that the Paramount and Warner Brothers merger has not officially happened yet? It hasn't happened yet. We're still in the stages. It still might not happen. There is a lot of pushback, okay? Now, the percentage of it happening it's probably going to happen, but it still hasn't happened yet. So you think that Zack is going to Paramount right now? He's or this week, because that was not a today photo. That was not a today photo because he posted that at like 6 a.m, and obviously you see the sun is like way up. The sun is not that bright that early in the morning. Not to mention today it was foggy as all shit in California. But so that was like a picture he took probably yesterday or the day before or something like that, midday, whatever the hell. So you think that he strolled up to Paramount, and him and Davey Ellison were talking about Snyderverse? No, they're talking. It's the Brawlers movie. I know you guys don't give a shit about any other movie that he does. You only care about DC Snyderverse, but it's just like it's so crazy, and I pulled up some examples, but the whole he's back thing, I was like, where was he? Where do you guys think he was? He's back at Paramount. Warner Brothers, they don't have Warner Brothers yet. He's not on the Warner Brothers lot. He was on the Warner Brothers lot when he talked to James Gunn. It's just so crazy. And yeah, you got the grifters out there, the normal grifters out there that are just saying that. And it's just funny because I'm like going, all right, I'm going to take a screenshot of that. I'm going to take a screenshot of that. And I'm like, you guys are being absolutely played by Cosmic Book. And I'm not even I'm not even saying that, hey, James Gunn, his job ain't safe. I'll say that. I've been saying that. Like, you never know. James Gunn could be out. I don't think that's going to be the case. But yeah. And then it's just like, I even saw a tweet too that said, oh yeah, Zack Snyder's going to be back and he's going to be able to put out the DC movies he wanted to. And I'm like, what? Justice League 2 and 3? He didn't want to do anything else. You guys, again, you guys don't actually listen to Zack Snyder. He wanted to tell his Superman story that had the other characters within it. Yeah, he would collaborate with other filmmakers, but he just wanted to tell his stories. He wanted to tell a 5-part Superman story. So 5 movies. He wanted to make 5 movies, and that was it. That was it. He doesn't want to make like a bunch of other fucking movies. I know you want him to just do nothing but DC, but that's not what he wants to do. And to the haters out there too, because there's one in particular who goes by the name of Moonlight Warrior, which we've seen out there too, who said some bullshit that he talked to somebody because apparently he's in the business, which is bullshit. This. I'm sure if you're on Twitter, you've seen that guy's name. He said that his fan base has tarnished his name for anybody who doesn't want to work with him. No studio wants to touch Zack and blah blah blah. It's like, yeah, fuck you, dude. That guy is like one of the biggest. That guy is one of the biggest bullshitters. When I've seen like his tweets, it's like the biggest fucking bullshit right there. And it's like, nah, dude. People still want to work. There's studios that still want to work with Zack Snyder. Fuck right off when it comes to all that. Oh man, I hate that guy. That guy is like one of the biggest like narcissistic kind of freaking pompous little fucking like accounts out there. And he was like saying that. And then I love that. I will say that I love that people were just like posting his screenshot when he said that, when he tweeted that out. Of course, he's not going to acknowledge it because he's just like, I live in my own world where I'm king. Because yeah. And it's so funny because he went to like the Rebel Moon like premieres. Apparently he was there. I was there too. But yeah, he posted like a picture with Zack, you know. Yeah, the dude's like, he's also a big time grifter and a fucking narcissist. Big time narcissist. So fuck that guy as well because yeah, Zack's working with Paramount. It's brawlers, guys. Okay. I actually did see somebody too who's like a diehard Snyderverse fan. I actually saw it. I almost was like, man, I'm almost tempted to retweet you. Somebody like tweeted out that like, hey guys, this is actually for brawlers. If he's going to do anything DCU or anything DC, it's going to probably be about 2 or 3 years before anything like that would happen and blah, blah, blah. And then of course he went on to shit on the DCU and stuff like that. And I was like, hey, look at this guy. This guy is a diehard Snyderverse fan, and he's thinking logically. Look at this guy. He's saying 2 to 3 years. If something were to happen, it'd be 2 to 3 years. And then I'm just going like, yeah, what have I been saying for so long, guys? I'm like, I've been asking some of these guys who show up in my mentions or whatnot. I'm like, when would the Snyderverse be restored? 2030? 2029? Like, you realize that Justice League was supposed to come out in 2017, right? And then the second one was supposed to be immediately after. Like the timeline of those movies were all supposed to be like pretty linear, and there was not going to be a huge gap. So what? We're going to get Justice League 2 in 2029? 12 years after the first one was supposed to come out? What the F? That's why I go, guys, you must let go of the live action Justice League Part 2 and Part 3. That's why us logical fans are going, put it in a comic book, put it in animation, because you're not going to get that. And then do a legacy sequel, Kingdom Come type of sequel. Do something like that, even if it's a couple of movies. By all means, I would love that. Fuck. Let go of Justice League Part 2 and Part 3. Live action. Let go. It's time to let go, guys. They won't. They won't. We have technology. We got de-aging technology. Shut up. Anyways, that's it. That's it. That's all. That's all I want to say. All right. Well, there's rant over with right there. So now I'll start sending out the invitations. Like I said, I didn't see a movie this week either. I mean, I saw Michael on last Sunday, and I gave my full review on Monday's Film Junkie Live. I'm Devil's Wear Prada too. That's not my bag. Scott and I actually talked about this on DC Fanimated because, you know, when it comes to DC Fanimated, when we're done talking about the episode, we start talking about what movies we're going to be watching this weekend, and neither of us were like, you know, when he said like, yeah, I saw, I don't even first Devil. Yeah, I mean, that is total chick flick, 100%. I remember seeing bits and pieces of the first The Devil Wears Prada. You know, my mom's a fan, obviously, you know, yeah. But I wasn't going to go see the sequel. I was like, no, if anything, I want to see Hokum, but I ended up not seeing Hokum. I was thinking about seeing Hokum, but I would have had to drive like 35 minutes to and fro a movie theater. And I was like, I've been kind of fighting like a little bit of a cold this week. I was a little congested and feeling a little off. So I caught up on Daredevil last night instead. So yeah, that's what I did last night. I didn't watch. I wasn't gonna watch Devil Wears Prada, and it's so funny because yeah, there's a lot of there's just I saw more than one time on my timeline of like a male critic going, I haven't seen the first one. Should I even attempt to see the second one? It's like, no, it's not for you. It's not for everybody. It is. I think Devil Wears Prada 2, Devil Wears Prada series. That's just it's a chick flick franchise, and I'm not saying the movies are bad. They totally. I mean, Meryl Streep apparently is a big time powerhouse, and from what I remember, yeah, Meryl Streep does her thing. Anne Hathaway, Emily Blunt, they were still very fresh faced 20 years ago, and that helped start their careers. And it's great that they're all coming back. Stanley Tucci's in it. And it's so funny because even 20 years later, man, they all look good. All drinking that baby's blood, man, I tell you. Anyway, so yeah, I didn't see that. So I didn't go to I know it's two Thursdays in a row that I haven't gone and seen a movie. I'm like, God damn. It's throwing off my routine. But this Thursday, I'll definitely be seeing Mortal Kombat 2. So don't you worry. Definitely be seeing Mortal Kombat 2. Boop. So yeah. But yeah, I thought about it. I even had a friend of mine. She was like, "Hey, are you seeing Devil's Wear Prada 2?" And I was like, "No." And I think she wanted to go with me, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm good. I'm not gonna go see that. What are we doing here? No, I gotta go see that." Anyways, all right. What are you guys talking about as the panel is gonna start joining right now? Let's see, where are we at here? I see Zack Snyder DCEU as DC Black Label. Well, it's Elseworlds. You could call it Elseworlds. But like I said, you're not going to be able to do Zack Snyder's Justice League 2 and 3. You're just not. It's just there's things are going to end up being changed. Dave, look at this. Pretty funny. Some movie theater in another state did. Oh, I can't pull up that. I can't pull it up through here. I know that shit must be annoying on James Gunn's end because I know it would be annoying to me. Yeah, you're talking about that. It's Worlds of DC. Do you think the Trinity is alive? Huh? Are you talking about in the DCU? Is that what you're talking about? First thought, it was just a dude who looked like Anthony Mackie. Yeah, you're talking about the Desert Warrior. I know. Anthony Mackie, he can't wait for Avengers Doomsday to come out. That guy, I mean he's not that much of a likable dude. Like he's like during interviews, and I remember even hearing him on a podcast, he sounded so fucking douchey. This was like over a decade ago, probably. Yeah, this was like a decade ago. I remember listening to him. It was on the Nerdist podcast, and he was such a douchebag. He just acted like a douchebag. And of course, I know, like everybody, like who's like a Man of Steel fan, he shit on that one too, and the whole thing with him and Frosty from Collider. That was the whole thing. The photo is for Brawler, but Snyder making more DC films as possible. Conversations have absolutely happened. We'll see. Have absolutely happened. So Dave Miller right here knows. He knows that they have absolutely happened. I love it when people say that kind of stuff because I'm like, no, you don't know if they absolutely happened. Okay? You can't say that. You were not there. Okay? And it's so funny too because I'll even say like, it's not like I'm having conversations with Zach every day or something like that. So I'm like fully in the know. But I know people who are in the know who are not saying anything. That's what's so funny about all this stuff. That's why when it comes to certain grifters out there, you know, your Cosmic Book, your Sills, your people out there, your Aaron Fishers, those fucking grifters. It's like you don't even know who to pay attention to when you're doing your fucking grifting. DCU is done. Face it. Like I said, Legacy sequel could happen. The worlds of DC, DC Elseworlds, DC Comics, the Arrowverse, the Snyderverse, DC. Yeah, they all exist in that pocket universe. James Gunn, he has never said that nothing doesn't exist. He has said that there's universes in that pocket universe. They all exist. The Burton universe, the Reeves, they all exist in that pocket universe. There is a doorway to one of those. That's obviously Henry Cavill standing by. So it is true that Zack will be taking over for Gunn after, yes, 100%, because that's what Zack wants. He wants to take over DC Studios. There you go. Turkey. Is it Turkey or Turkey? Alash Shik. Yeah. But again, like I said, I looked at his. I was curious. I was like, does this guy have any interest in superhero content? And I went down his Instagram and I went down his Twitter, and I'm like, there's zero postings about superhero content. It's mainly about combat sports. The dude loves his combat sports. And I'm just going, I was like, has he given any indication that he's like, oh man, Zack Snyder's DC universe. Oh yeah, his Snyderverse. Man, I want more of that. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I went all the way back to even when the Snyder Cut came out. Nothing. No mention. It is all about combat sports. So I'm sitting here going like, what are we doing here? This is supposed to be a guy that's going to be like restoring the Snyderverse? He has shown zero interest on his social media. Nothing. What does Aaron Fisher has to say about this? Oh yeah, you know what he has to say about this. I don't know how many times that he has posted, like, what one of his videos is talking about James Gunn being done and canceled or fired or whatever the hell. Meanwhile, James Gunn, what is he doing right now? He's filming the follow-up to Superman. It's ridiculous. But hey, whatever. Hey, Monique, there you are. Good to see you. Good to see you. Always great to see you, Monique. So delusional, yeah. He's probably filming stuff for his new movie since many studios and directors use WB. Yeah, that's true. Rolling another blunt, hold up, enjoy my day off of my general contracting work and perks. Yeah, there you go. Do it. Do it. I don't think we'll see 10 years of Snyderverse DC films, but we might see, we'll see that, and we're not going to see it live action. We're not going to see it live action. You got to get that out of your head. You got to get that out of your head. I'm just saying. What's going on, Mr. Fear Jason? Good to see you, buddy. Marvel used the WB lot for WandaVision, Agatha. Does that mean? Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it means. Of course. Zack was never going to run the DCEU, and he didn't want to. Yeah, exactly. He did not want to. He did not want to. He just wanted us. He just wanted to tell his story, and then he was collaborating with other filmmakers. Apex looks pretty bad, but I'll watch. Oh yeah, that's that one movie with Taron Egerton and Charlize Theron playing Mortal Kombat 1 and watching this phenomenal chat. I love it. I love it. Yes, I heard Boba Talk's Wonder Woman may happen soon. Ooh, Wonder Woman, yeah. Well, it's because what's her name? I put her in the thumbnail. If you guys saw in the thumbnail, I put Eva de Dominci, like, she's training. And we can't forget that Anthony Mackie was one of the first to confirm a reboot after Secret Wars. Ah, that's right, he did that, right? But yeah, that was one of the things too that, let's see, I'll even show you real quick here. That, let's see, let me show that because I put her in the thumbnail. And like I said, it's very, very interesting when it comes to Eva right here. And, like I said, she lost out on Maxima. Did she lose out on Maxima? Did she lose out on Wonder Woman, or did she lose out on Maxima to be Wonder Woman in the DCU? I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine because she is currently she is training. She is training, doing now like hand-to-hand combat, looking pretty, fit and everything, still doing this. And then not to mention, she posted this right here. Hey, look at me. And then put swords. Put a swords emoji. So a lot of people are like, what? What is happening right here? What is happening right there? What? What is happening? She's having fun. What was my theory, guys? What was my theory when it came to all this? I think I'll reiterate my theory when it comes to all this. I think that when someone tried to scoop the whole Maxima shortlist of actresses, it was all bullshit. And James Gunn was like, hey, Deadline fucked up. They fucked up. They were wrong. I don't know where they got those two names. One was Miss Purnell. Can't remember her first name. The one from Fallout. And then somebody else who's going to be in the Highlander remake, the reboot, remake, whatever you want to call it. They were saying that they were there, as well as Adria Arjona. And then James Gunn was like, whoa, yeah, Adria is one of my friends, and blah, 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 but I've never met with the other two. So he did not debunk that he's met with Adria, but he debunked that he's never met with the other two actresses. And then all of a sudden we get a short list. And it's just very interesting because one of them on the short list, or two of them on that short list, Adria, ends up getting the role in Man of Tomorrow, but it's unconfirmed whether it's Maxima or not. And then we get Sydney Chandler, Kyle Chandler's daughter, who was on that short list for Maxima. She is playing Nosferatu. And I'm going, oh, they gave a list of actresses that might have roles in the DCU, and they're playing the game. And I'm thinking Eva, she looks like she could play Wonder Woman. She looks like she could play Maxima. I mean, that's the same thing with Adria. So I'm thinking that we have our Wonder Woman and we have our Maxima. But she is teasing that, and she put the swords thing in there. So a lot of people are like, maybe she is the Wonder Woman. I would actually think that she probably fits Wonder Woman a little bit more than Adria. Just saying, because she has the look a little bit more. I think she's a little bit taller as well. And she has like a little bit of an accent. And I'm just kind of going, huh. So, I don't know. It's going to be very interesting when we see what happens. Anyways, that's my theory. Again, reiterating when it comes to that. Like I said, sorry guys, been fighting a little bit of a cold this week. All right. Let's take off my hypno glasses because it turns me into somebody else. You can't see who I am. You can't tell. Oh, put on my other hypno glasses. All right. Let's go ahead and turn off the music. Start bringing some people in here. First off, we got Taladio. What's happening, sir?
Hey, what's up, man? How you guys doing?
Doing pretty good. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on.
Nice background, by the way.
Yeah, it was just because of the breaking news.
Injustice 3.
Injustice 3, yeah. So I just thought when I put that on, and I had a video talk about it because it was a leaked artist and all this major crazy thing that happened. So
yeah, I know. I saw that, and I'm kind of wondering, like, so if they're going to make an Injustice 3, is there going to be ties to the current DCU to any of it? That's like kind of like the question. I mean, obviously, with the whole Paramount and Warner Brothers merger, a lot of things are up in the air, but at the same time, I'm like, there was that like, hey, we're going to kind of link everything together. So, and I think even DC film news, they even kind of like when they announced like, oh yeah, they're supposedly in development, they actually use like, the video game versions of David Cornsweat's Superman and Millie Alcock's Supergirl. And I was like, yeah, I wonder if they would incorporate those versions into it or not. I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, definitely I can see that being the case. I mean, it could be anything. It could be Injustice 3, it could be DCKO, because, the Absolute Universe as well, because that is really doing wonders. And recently with the Lego Batman stuff, the absolute Batman is going to be in the game. So
Yeah.
who knows? Maybe we'll get a
I mean, I think
premium skin.
Yeah, I think something with like an Injustice. I don't know. It'd be kind of hard to tie that into the DCU timeline, in my opinion, especially if it's the third one. I mean, maybe you can have a skin. You have like a certain skin where you could play as David Cornsweat, Superman, or Amelia Alcock, Supergirl, or whatever character. But I mean, I think the initial story should just continue from the previous story. It might not just like, oh yeah, it's tied. I don't see how it could tie into the DCU now. I think it's just something that's just gonna have to live on its own. But you could play the versions like a David Cornsweat's Superman, and I think that's what's gonna be more like the case, because I mean, when it comes to the initial story, I just don't see, since it's already been established and this is the third one, I don't think it's gonna be tied.
I think it's going to be skin. I think it's going to be skin like in Injustice 1 when they had the Man of Steel skin.
There you go.
So they might do a similar thing with this in Injustice 3 or whatever it is, and they have premier skins for David Cornsweat, Superman suit, and Amelia Alcock, and whoever the next Batman is. It'll be like that. Even I think it might even tie into Man of Tomorrow as well, because Man of Tomorrow comes out next year.
Yeah.
So there's a possibility.
With some of those characters, something like that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. It's going to be interesting how that all unfolds when it comes to that. And we got somebody else who's going to be joining us right now.
Phil? Hey, Phil? Phil?
What's up, Phil?
And I'm wearing an Absolute Batman shirt where he kicks the baby. So
there you go.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Good to see you, man.
Yeah.
I'm wide awake. Are you wide awake?
I'm somewhat, yeah. But I'm awake enough at least. So
Same.
Yeah, but we were just talking about how there was kind of the news about an Injustice 3 game that is supposedly in development.
And there is also a rumor that it may or may not take influence from DCKO, allegedly, possibly.
Okay.
Which I would be fine with, because number one, it positions Darkseid as the big bad of the game. Number two, it allows the multiverse to come into play again, as with the first game. And also, number three, who the fuck wouldn't want to play as Absolute Batman?
Exactly.
Like he is built like a brick shithouse, and I would totally be down to have. Listen, with the passing of Kevin Conroy, whoever they get to voice mainline Batman for the Injustice for this game, if it is like an Injustice DCK or whatever, I would venture to guess it's got to be someone in the Batman voice acting video game sphere. So you're probably looking at someone like Roger Craig Smith or maybe Troy Baker, maybe. But another way around it, or another way of doing Batman but not have it be Conroy, would be to introduce a very fresh take on Batman and not have it be, a mainline take on Batman. Have it be an absolute Batman. Bring in someone new, someone younger, someone fresh who can, kind of, because when I read Absolute Batman, this is actually the first time where I don't hear Conroy's voice, because this is not the same kind of Batman. You know what I mean?
I can see that. Yeah. I don't, like I said, I haven't jumped on it yet, but I could see like reading that and just not really feeling the Conroy voice coming out of it. Seems like there'd be something much more like, it just seems like he would be like a much more growly kind of.
Think like Alan Richson and Reacher.
Okay.
A little something like that. Yeah. But even though Richson is kind of, getting up there in age, something in that vein,
Yeah, for sure. And Real Skeptic said, should they make the Injustice? Yeah.
Yes. For sure.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Appreciate that. But yeah, I think weren't the other ones also rated M?
No, they're rated.
No, they weren't. Oh, no, wow. Okay.
Although NetherRealm Studios is notorious for making M-rated fighting games.
Yeah. That's for damn sure. Yeah. So yeah, if you're gonna have Absolute Batman, they're gonna be doing like, why not? Yeah, you got M for mature, right? So that was one of the things that was mentioned this week, which I thought was cool. But But yeah, there's been I mean, obviously we speaking of mature and video games, the big thing that came out this week too, of course, was the Resident Evil trailer that was shown at CinemaCon. And of course, bringing up that and seeing people in the chat, and they said like there was a script that was released, but maybe it was fake. I don't know. I remember seeing something about it, but I wasn't sure. But even in the chat, they said like, oh yeah, it lines up with the trailer. But I'm like, yeah, well, somebody could easily have falsified that because CinemaCon happened 2 weeks ago, and were we live, Phil, when were we talking about that?
Not through that panel, no. We were live
because that was Sony, right?
Warner Brothers panel, you guys were live.
But I think I recorded a video talking about what was there, what was mentioned, and yeah, it was the same trailer, and I think somebody just took that and just aligned it with some kind of leaked script. That's what I'm hoping for, because I hate it when I hear that scripts have leaked. I don't mind if you leak a canceled script, fine. But if you're leaking a script that's supposed to be coming out, it's like, fuck off with that. But and so I'm not. Who knows? But it's so funny seeing the reaction, and I even said this. What was it? Wednesday morning or Thursday morning? Was it yesterday morning? It was yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday morning when
you told me about it.
Yeah,
Wednesday.
Because I got word like the day before, because
I
don't know, I got on some kind of cool little list where they were like, "Hey, you want this? Yeah, you want to do this?" I was like, "Sweet." So, yeah. So actually, I think it was a couple days before. I was like, "Sweet, Thursday, it's gonna be a good day." And then so I was like, "Okay." Obviously it's early for me. It was like 6 a.m. and of course I'm like fighting like a little bit of a cold. I'm like feeling congested. I'm like trying, and now even on Wednesday, being like my long work day, I was, and even if you watch like DC Fanimator or the members only stream, I'm like trying to like just deal with like my nasal cavities. But and then I was like, oh man, I hope I don't wake up the next day feeling just like. Luckily I was okay. Woke up a little, dry and stuff like that. But of course, just down some water and do all that kind of stuff. And I was feeling fine. And then I recorded my trailer reaction. I said, man, it's going to be kind of interesting to see the reaction to this trailer from the Resident Evil fan base. And I'm like, there's going to be a divide. And I'm like, hey, another fan base divided. Welcome to the party, pals, kind of thing. It was like, whoo. It's like, wow, it was already kind of divided with this whole movie and hearing like the details. It was already getting to that point, but man, I've been seeing the reaction to this, and man, there are people that are not happy about this. And then there are people going, well, what the fuck? What else could they do? They've been trying to but trying to adapt the initial story, and it just doesn't work. And now we have somebody who's trying to take another creative approach where it's like, this is its own story within the world. And I think that's smart, because Zach Krager himself even said when in interviews, he's all, there's no way that you can just adapt that. That is already there. You could play the games, and that's a perfect story that you could just play out right there. I'm not going to adapt that. I'm just going to create my own story within the world of that. But I'm going to have a lot of video game elements where you have this character who is going around trying to find weapons, trying to find keys, trying to find things to like make sure he stays alive. Like it feels like a video game, and he's trying to get to point A and point B.
Not only does it feel like a video game, everything you just described is pertinent to a Resident Evil game.
Yes. But people are complaining about snow. They're like, it doesn't snow in Raccoon City. What?
Phil is walking, guys.
Yeah, I'm sure you saw that complaint too, Phil.
What the fuck else is there to complain about these days? Jesus, tap.
I saw that when people that after CinemaCon and they explained that there was snow, people were like, "It doesn't snow in Raccoon City." I'm like, really? You're gonna complain about snow? It's like, good Lord.
I just listen. I get that Resident Evil movie fans have gotten the shit end of the stick.
Yeah.
You all feel fucking slighted by Paul W.S. Anderson and Mila Jovovich. Okay, well, guess what? They're not here anymore. And then there was a Return to Raccoon City movie, which was garbage, right? And then you have that series on Netflix with Lance Reddick, rest in peace. He was fine in it, but also not great. Fucking, we're coming in with Zach Kreger, who did Barbarian and Weapons. And, I like both movies. I prefer Barbarian to Weapons personally, but the man has an idea and he's looking at it from the smartest approach of like, look, you guys want this story? Go fucking play it. There's 9 games. Pick one. But to be like, yo, I want to tell a story that's in between, this one and that one, and it takes place during the events of this game, and I'm going to do it with an over-the-shot POV of the character. I'm going to have him scavenge for weapons. I'm going to have him look for the shit. I'm going to have all these creepy fucking monsters like in the games you all love so much. What fucking more could you ask for? It would be like telling Zack Snyder, you have to do Gears of War to a T, and he'd be like, fuck you, I'm not doing that.
No.
Like,
what? He's not going to do that. He's not going to do that. And yes, real skeptic. Yeah. Animated Resident Evil films from Sony are great. I think I watched one of them and I was like, oh yeah, it was pretty decent. I don't know if the one I watched, it was like, I don't really remember it too much, but I remember thinking, okay, they tried it with animations. Yeah, fine. But exactly, Phil. It's like, what it's, if you were to try to do a perfect adaptation, they would still complain, of course. There'd be 100%. Still complaints. But I'm like, and I think, and I go back to William. I mean, I think he even said it last week, like in regards to lanterns, when people were just constantly complaining about not enough green, not enough this, not enough that we've seen, and blah, blah, blah. And he's all, we're comic book readers. This is not for comic book readers only. It's for a general audience. We can't just appease the comic book readers because that is a certain group, and it's not the general audience. You still have to, and this has to do with any kind of adaptation. And I think this is where Zach Kreger, and this is why I think he's one of my favorite directors right now, because he's just kind of I love Barbarian and Weapons, both of them. I think he's done some pretty unique things when it comes to both of those. With me, I think Weapons is better than Barbarian, but at the same time, what he did with Barbarian and how he sold that movie just by showing basically the trailer. Again, he's good at hooking. He's good at hooking because obviously Weapons, the hook was the children running out into the street late at night. It's like, what the fuck happened to children? That was the hook. And then you have these adult characters trying to figure it out. Not much shown. They had a great hook. Even Barbarian had a good hook because you really only saw like what happens in the first 20 minutes in the marketing. You're like, what the fuck? You had no idea. Like, oh yeah, Justin Long's in this, but you had no idea why Justin Long's character was in this. And then when you find out, you go, oh shit, it's tied, and it's wow, okay. It's an interesting little like, oh yeah, there's this whole other story of this other character that gets tied into what happens in the first act of Barbarian, which I thought was a very crafty storytelling thing. And that's why I really enjoyed that movie. And I'm going, so Zach Kreger, who has a love for the Resident Evil video games, and he's been interviewed, he's been breaking down the trailer. He's like, yeah, I wanted to make it feel like a video game, but I didn't want to adapt that story because you could play the story and blah, 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 this, but there's going to be plenty of Easter eggs that you're going to see within it. And I hope that these crazy Resident Evil fans can just go into this and be like, hey, enjoy yourself and look for those Easter eggs, because you probably didn't even see them in the fucking trailer before, unless he pointed them out. Because I think he even said something about a plant, a certain plant that's within the world that you actually, there's like a part of it, you see a little bit of that potted plant like in the trailer or something like that. And so he's trying to be like, just look for the Easter eggs, look for this, look for that. And I'm like, good approach. I think this is an excellent approach, because adapting the actual story with the actual characters has not worked. It's like, it just has not worked. And that's why I'm kind of even curious when he said he pitched like a DC movie that had to do with like Joker and Harley. I even wonder like what that would be like. That probably would be pretty sweet too, where maybe it's not going to be exactly like what people would want, but it would be like I don't know. It would be, I'm kind of curious about that. If that ever even sees the light of day. Probably won't. Who knows? But you never know. You never know now. But because he did pitch it to Paramount, now Paramount's going to end up owning Warner Brothers. So maybe it could be some crazy Elseworld story at one point. But I don't know. In Zach Cregger, I trust. That's what I'll say about that.
I agree.
What do you think, Taladia? Do you think?
I
were you an avid player of those games? I know you're a video game.
I mean, I didn't get into the Resident Evil games because it wasn't the vibe for me. But I've seen many of my friends actually play the game and they really enjoyed it. Sometimes they get frustrated by it because they have searching for things and whatnot. But I think personally for me, going into this film having a fresh take on it, I think it's a good direction. And it doesn't have to be linked to anything. And they could tell a story that can be for the right audience. It can be for general audiences, because you got to remember it's for the general audience, not for just fans. Yes. So that's what people have to realize. It's like it's the same thing with the Lantern show. It's for the general audience, not for comic book guys.
Yeah, I know. And I think the with social media getting where it's at, I mean, I think that's what I've noticed. I mean, and it started, because when you look at the superhero boom with the MCU, and I think it was like, I don't know. I think I've always looked at it as like a lot of people, like as there was Marvel people, and now they had their complaints about the MCU and how some of these characters are handled. And of course, there's always going to be complaints, but I think that when the MCU came about, when it came to 2008, they were trying to just, hey, we're making a cinematic universe. We're going to take liberties with that. And they approached it like that. Feige approached it like that and did a good job of bringing these characters to the big screen and taking liberties of, nah, we're going to change this or we're not going to do that. And then when you have someone like, like Zach or Nolan, well, Nolan did that same thing too. And then you have someone like Zach who, when it comes to Superman and then bringing in Batman, I mean, and doing something different with that and bringing those two on the big screen together, it was like one of those things where people weren't ready for that, I guess you could say. That's why we always say like Zach was always ahead of his time. Like people weren't ready for Watchmen, and then people go back to watching Watchmen and they go, holy fuck, look at that. I mean, Jesus Christ, when they're watching stuff like The Boys and Invincible and shit like that. And then they go, oh, wait a minute, look at back in 2008, whatever, when it came out, it was like, look at this Watchmen movie. I mean, Jesus Christ, this was already like deconstructing superheroes and showing them as, not good and this, that, and this. And when he took that approach to Batman and Superman and even the other characters, people just weren't ready for it. And it's like, okay, but yeah, I mean, I understand, but at the same time, it's just like, I don't know. You always have to take the approach of like, hey, we've done this before. What about this? Maybe this hasn't worked. Superman Returns didn't work. All right. So let's try this approach with Superman where we ground him in a story. We're not going to be showing you the Krypton blown. I mean, we're going to show Krypton blown up, but it's going to be different. It's going to be a different kind of Krypton. You're going to see a different kind of Jor-El. You're going to see a different kind of like, oh yeah, there's this whole thing called a codex, and we're going to, it's basically the Kryptonian world is going to be the last remaining is going to be grafted onto Cal's skin, or not his bones or whatever the hell. And then he's going to go to Earth. We're not going to see all that kind of stuff. We're going to see him be a drifter this time. And Lois is going to be searching for this drifter, and she's already going to know who he is before this and stuff like that. I don't know. It's just like, hey, this is a different approach. And I think it's just kind of funny because I'm kind of wondering, like, when it comes to like these diehard Resident Evil fans that are already shitting on this, I'm like, in 10 years from now, are they going to go back and be like, you know what? This Cregger guy was on to something, kind of like what people are like now when it comes to, I mean, I love it when I see people react. I mean, people still are doing reaction videos to like Man of Steel, to BVS, to Zack Snyder Justice League, and going, oh, he was doing something a little bit different than what we've seen. This is unlike anything I've ever seen. It's like, yeah, that's what we were trying to tell you this whole time. And kudos to Cregger for taking that approach And I know he even said, I think he was even quoted on saying that if he wasn't going to get the rights to the Resident Evil, like he wasn't get the IP of Resident Evil, he would just kind of like tweak it and just release it as its own horror movie, and just, I don't know how that, how that would be the case. I don't know if even that, maybe that wasn't even true. Maybe he already it seems like if you're going to go into this, you're already going to have the rights. But I think he wrote an initial story, and maybe that's what I, when I read that, he basically was like, he wrote the story, and then if he got turned down for it being a Resident Evil movie, he was just going to tweak it and put it as its own zombie movie kind of thing, and that's cool, because I'm going, okay, I'm hearing that it's Mad Max Fury Road. You get into point A, point B. We're seeing this one dude, and he's just trying to survive and get to like a certain point. And maybe there's going to be some other characters, but overall, he's just, you see it in the trailer where he's trying to find a gun. He's looking for a gun. He's grabbing keys. I mean, it fucking feels like a video game. Like he's looking for things. He's looking for things, and that's what you do in a video game like this. And I'm like, he's capturing that essence of that. So I think it's going to be pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be awesome too. I am looking forward to seeing the film, like going into this blindly without even watching the trailer, by the way.
Oh, you haven't watched the trailer?
No, I haven't watched the trailer because I actually want to go into watching this blindly.
Good for you.
So, so I'm looking forward to that, and because I'm like, I started watching horror like last year with Bring Her Back and stuff like that, and Terrifier, and I really want to get into different things and try different things and approach different things without watching a trailer or watching a teaser trailer, something like that in the horror genre, or even some other genres as well, because I actually do think that maybe it give me an open opinion on things.
It's interesting because the horror genre is obviously, there's been like for the past, I mean, the 2020s, maybe even like at the later 2010s, is like the horror genre really just got a boom, and it just seems like it's just been nailing, because you could do them for cheap, and I don't know, if you have a pretty good concept, you're going. I mean, people were totally canceling out Lee Cronin's The Mummy movie. I mean, we were hearing that, oh, this movie's terrible. People were walking out of the test screenings. It's just going to flop. No, the movie has already made its money back, and it's making profit now. It's already making profit because, and my review, I went into this, I was like, hey, this is the guy who did the last Evil Dead movie, and I really enjoyed that. Let's see what he has to do. And essentially, it's another Evil Dead movie. There's a lot of, parallels to Evil Dead, but it's using the Mummy concept, and I thought it was used pretty well. It's pretty like unsettling the way that it's used, and it worked for me. Yeah, it's not perfect. There's some things where I was like, Jesus Christ, this scene was terrible, or that was a little bit but for the most part, I was like, this was, this made me cringe. This made me cringe when it came to certain things. This made me squeamish, where I was like, I can't watch. Oh God, that's certain things. And then, people thought it was going to be like a huge bomb. It's like, nope, it's actually going to be a success. Even though it's not about the universal mummy. They're just saying, hey, that's why they had to put Lee Cronin's name. We're going to put the name in front of it. And it's Lee Cronin's The Mummy, but it's not the universal The Mummy. So I was like, oh, that's pretty sweet. So yeah. And yeah, it's killing it. The whole horror genre is interesting. That's why I think that, when it comes to Clayface, when it comes to this Resident Evil movie, I think both of these movies are going to be pretty good, successful. They're going to be successful movies, 100%. So
I agree with you. Like, I think both of them will do really well.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm looking forward to Clayface.
Yeah.
As a DC fan, and I said this last year. I literally said that Clayface is the one to look out for.
Oh yeah.
Because I told everyone, I said, look, wait until Clayface drops the teaser or something, and you'll see how much of an impact it will make. And I was right. And
it already has. Yeah.
Yeah.
People are just going like, what the fuck? Like, I saw much more of a positive response than when it comes to like Supergirl stuff, because it's not a cape shit movie. It's a horror movie. And even James Gunn was like, it's like it's not a superhero movie or anything like that. It's a horror movie, within the world. Yes, there's going to be connective tissue, but it's not going to be anything too crazy, when it comes to all that. So, Ronan, what's happening, sir?
What's up, muchachos?
How you doing? We're just talking a little Resident Evil trailer and all that stuff, and seeing, I'm sure of course you caught that.
Yeah.
And everything. What's your shirt today, by the way?
Okay. You might dig this. Do you know who this is?
Oh, it's Jeff Goldblum. Okay. I thought it might have been Tyler Durden. I was like, the hair. No, that's
Ian Malcolm.
What do you got? Talia? What is on your shirt?
Well, I got Fast and Furious. So...
okay. You got Fast and Furious. Nice.
What does it say? You live a quarter of a mile of your life? Or what?
That's what he does,
Nice.
Something along the lines of that.
Phil's got Absolute Batman. I got Project Hail Mary. Hey, we're rocking some different IPs right here, but yeah, thank you for joining, Ronan. Always great to have you on. But yeah, we're just kind of talking about the Resident Evil trailer and the reaction to it. Diehard Resident Evil fans unhappy, of course, but then it seems like the broader audience who are not diehard fans are kind of going, you thought this was bad? You thought this trailer was bad? This looks fucking legit. I mean, it's shot well, and apparently it's shot in IMAX. Is there going to be? It's shot for IMAX. I was like, when I saw that, I was like, oh shit, it's shot for IMAX. Yeah. Some of those shots look really fucking good. Like he created a good mood. Like, making the joke that, diehard Resident Evil fans were like, it doesn't snow in Raccoon City. I'm like, the snow helps, whatever the hell, wherever he's at, it creates a fucking mood and an atmosphere.
Yeah. And like, I haven't played the games, but I know people are really like familiar with it and like they love that franchise. But I remember being like, wait a minute, we got 5-7 Mila Djokovic movies that had nothing to do with the games, and then we got 2 or 3 shows. And one of them was
some animated stuff, and
and like I heard that one of those live action shows that I think they were trying to be as accurate to the games, but it just didn't flux with everything else.
Yeah,
and I get it in a big part. I get it because it is. I from what I've seen of the game, I haven't played it. It fits the cinematic level, especially that RE2 remake like trailers. I'm like, oh yeah, this could be a movie right there easily. Just like a rookie dude, first in the job. Oh wait. Zombie apocalypse, get on it. But I think he was very clear from the get-go. I'm not adapting the games. Leon Kennedy is not in this movie, and so I would figure like, okay, by then your expectations are either set low, or you just know going to this is not following the games, and you see what it is. And like to me, I dug the trailer because I was like, it was him making the calls with like for the director of Weapons, and Barbarian, and then. The shot that I was like, "Oh, I want to see what that's about." Is the door shot where all these like legs pop up from like
from the arms and legs, boom, boom, boom. Yeah,
it was funny though seeing like what it seems like a Baron Harkonnen thing, whatever. And I was like, "What the hell?" And like even the IMAX or somebody, it was like an official account was like, "Is that Baron Harkonnen in the Resident Evil movie?" But like outside of that, I was like, "All right." And then I don't know, did you guys see the IGN video of him like breaking down like he put like an Easter egg? With the plant, and I'm like,
the plant. I was just talking about that. Yeah. Like he wants to put Easter eggs in there for the diehard fans.
Yeah,
and he was making it a point that it's like, hey, this character is very much like a character in a video game, looking for weapons, looking for keys, looking for things to help out, health things and stuff like that. It's like, it's gonna very much be like a video game. But it's not going to be the story. If you want to do that, play the game. And it's like, you diehard Resident Evil fans, you already have played the game many times. Probably you've played the games, so you don't need to have somebody trying to make a movie of the thing you already know about. And I think that's like so smart because let's face it, when it comes to adapting video games to movies. There is not a high success rate. When it comes to this, there is not. I still remember like there was.
It's really funny. Like there was a movie that came out 10 years ago, Ratchet and Clank, and all it is basically the cutscenes from the game thrown together in a movie.
Yeah,
and it's like, well, that's lame because I could have just played the fucking game to get all of this.
Yeah, and like again, like I remember, you know me, Dave. You know, Phil. You know that I'm a big Last of Us guy, and like that was
Yes.
the one I was like, don't fuck it up. Like it's right there on a silver platter. And I remember hearing why Neil and Naughty Dog chose to do it was because the reality is that there's some people who will never pick up a DualShock or a controller. They won't do it. So they
Yeah.
have a TV show or a movie to look into and get into that. But they knew right off the bat, okay, this is a long game, at least for the time it was, like what, 16 hours, 18 hours. Let's not cram it up in 2 hours, and if we're lucky, 2 hours and 15, and then tell a story that people won't be confused because it's about a journey with that specific story. And it also you have to look into what are you telling with that franchise, and if it's simple enough, then okay, maybe you can pull off a movie. But if it's a long piece of thing that you can do, the show's to go. And again, also goes with who's behind it. Craig Mazin, the guy who did Chernobyl, very much a huge fan of The Last of Us. So he's like, okay, I'm going to do this as a show, for better for worse, whether people liked it or not. And to this day, there are people who are like, they're not crazy on Bella Ramsey as Ellie, or there's some who don't believe Pedro's is Joel. And I always been like, listen, Troy and Ashley are always going to be Joel and Ellie to me, but I like the new shades we got with Bella and Pedro as those characters. And I think, again, it all has to go with the context of what this project, who's behind this project. And I don't think Gregor came up with it just to make money. He was a fan, but he didn't want to be beholden to something that's already well known between the gaming industry.
Correct. I think when it comes down to Naughty Dog itself, I think TV shows is the best way to go for them.
Yeah.
I mean, they did the Uncharted film. PlayStation did the Uncharted film, and that was a hit or miss type of thing. I would feel.
I gotta be honest. I wouldn't mind a Crash Bandicoot movie if I'm being brutally honest.
And like again, like I think Uncharted fits better as a movie. It's just that you don't have to go super bombastic. And again, that one they felt like they were throwing from game 3, from game 2, from game 1. They referenced Sam, and it's like that doesn't even dive into that much until game 4. And it's like you didn't have to do that. Just simplify something like that. Even though you're in a world where like post Indiana Jones, Lara Croft, Tomb Raider movies exist. It's like that's why for me movies like Romancing the Stone still hold up, because it's not indie and all that stuff. It's doing its own thing, but it has that same DNA as indie and all those serial adventure movies, pulp movies. I think. I don't know. Again, I liked it as a non-big gamer fan of Resident Evil. I dug the teaser, and hopefully it's a scenario where like even the hardcore fans who go into the theater like this come out and be like, you know what? It fits in the world.
Yes.
As long as
am I the only one on the panel who's played a Resident Evil game?
No, I have.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. I played the first one. I played the first one a lot with my cousin. Okay. And I remember even watching him play with, too. So I think a little bit of the second one as well. But yeah, I wasn't like a big time one, but I remember, when the first Resident Evil, I remember spending the night in his house, and he was like, "We got this game. It's a new game. It's creepy, man." And I was like, "Okay." And we played Resident Evil, the first one, like all that night. When I spent the night, I was like, "Oh shit!" So So like I remember when the movie came out, and I was like, and I recognized certain things that they were like pulling from it at the same time, but then at the same time, I was like, okay, where's this going? How is this? Okay. Not bad. The first movie was not bad. And then all of a sudden the sequels just started going like, what? Like it just started getting ridiculous. Oh, we lost Ronan. It's okay, because we've got William.
Hey, what's going on?
What the fuck? Are you in a
psych ward? It's back office because there's a lot going on in the front section that I have set up that I couldn't set up this in there right now because of going on my. Hey, but since you game nerds are talking about video games,
yeah.
So if you're in the Vegas,
you got a Mortal Kombat.
Ooh,
nice. You seen that movie and a fan?
I can get behind that.
Ooh, you got some Katana fans too.
Yeah,
I like
Johnny
it.
Cage's glasses. I got about 1,000.
Oh, you can mail me a pair.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can totally mail me a pair, William.
Just bring them to you.
Yeah, send over like all that.
Oh, true. Yeah, San Diego. Yeah. Just say
you have your full-on reopening tomorrow, right?
Yeah, tomorrow. So yeah, it's all the free comic book stuff is out on the shelf. So where I would set this laptop is where all that stuff is. And then I have the other half is these T-shirts and posters and stuff for this. And then I have the Xbox set up further down. So because what they're going to do is they're going to come play the original Mortal Kombat, and the highest scores from 11 tomorrow till midnight I'm going to send them to the advanced screening on Wednesday with a bunch of the shit. All this stuff needs to go tomorrow. They sent a ton of it, and every man, woman, and child and dog that walks through the door is getting some Mortal Kombat.
Like, please take it off me.
Yeah, I just don't have the room for it. Just sit here. I mean, once the movie is done and over with, you rarely get a spike in people coming and saying, "Hey, you got any more of that?"
Yeah.
It's always the first weekend or whatever the hell. That's it.
Yeah. Like Dune, something like that, something that is going to be part of a franchise or an MCU thing or a DC thing. But like when it's like these type of movies, it needs to go. Like tomorrow, it all needs to go.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, yeah, it's funny because, like, again, we're having a kind of a renaissance of video game movies this year because, this Resident Evil movie, which is like, hey, let's take this approach with it. And I'm all for it. I think Zach Krager is going to do, a great job. And then you got the Mortal Kombat movie. I'm like, this seems like the movie that probably should have been the first movie. And I've seen that so many times from the reactions out there. Like, this should have been the first movie. It's like, yeah, whoever came up with this random character that is Cole Young, whatever the hell his name is.
Cole Young.
That was dumb. But, now you got Johnny Cage. You got some familiar backgrounds. You got a lot more characters. Seems like there's a lot more when it comes to it's an actual tournament. And then you got the Street Fighter movie that just was like, hey, we're going fucking bonkers and we're just going to be, we're going to try this approach because, when it came to Street Fighter, they've tried 2 times before when it came to the 1990s version, which was ridiculous. But at the same time, I could still watch that and have fun with it because I watched that as a kid and thought it was great as a kid. I was like, it sucks, but it's fine. Just like the 1995 Mortal Kombat, I could still appreciate. And that's also Paul W.S. Anderson, which is funny. I think I only like 2 Paul W.S. Anderson movies, which is the 1995 Mortal Kombat and Event Horizon. Other than that, Event Horizon. Did you not like that?
Event Horizon is a beautiful movie, but it's a horrible script. No.
You think so?
I thought it was basically a knockoff of Hellraiser in space. And if you just watch it for the special effects, it's one of the beautiful movies ever made. But it's a horrible story, and it's just kind of pointless. Beautiful, but pointless. But that's just me.
I thought it was kind of cool. It was like, hey, if you're gonna try to bend space, all of a sudden you find hell. I mean, I was like, it was kind of a cool concept.
I was just waiting for Pinhead to come out.
Yeah, there. I could see why you're saying that because there is a lot of like, oh shit, like people are getting their eyes gouged out and fucking a lot of scarring. And then even when you see Sam Neill's character, how he ends up, it very much looks like it's something out of Hellraiser. So I could see that. But I would just say, like, when it comes to Paul W.S. Anderson, I mean, but I'll even say the first Resident Evil movie was good. I could watch that, but then the rest of them was like, what are we doing here? These are just B-roll action movies with zombies, and it got a little too crazy. And then I don't know. I don't even know what else he's done. Oh yeah, he did Alien vs Predator, the first one, which sucked.
And so the second one, because Rec Room's up there with Halloween Ends territory for me.
yeah. The sequel was it was a step up because they were like, hey, let's make it R-rated, but then they did the whole fucking, hey, let's have it in a small town and
And the aliens in the pool, they lost me there.
He tried to do Three Musketeers, which that didn't work either. I was like, what the fuck? They had like a flying ship. Remember that? It was like, what the hell is this? Peter Pan? What are we doing? We have a flying pirate ship?
What's in your background, dude? That's depressing. What's going on back there?
What do you mean depressing?
I went from like no comics, and you got what is? Oh, okay, I see it now.
Absolute Batman taking on DCU. Absolute Batman taking on DCU Superman, and that's because of the injustice.
Okay, I couldn't see it. All I saw was destruction behind you. I'm like, well, damn.
Yeah,
I guess he's not even going to try to hide his position.
Because there was like a mention of an Injustice 3 game that was going to be coming out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So he's bringing that. But
I didn't think about that. If Injustice 3 is like a DC KO kind of mashup and they also incorporate skins from the movies,
They probably will.
Then in theory, I could be absolute Batman beating the shit out of David Cornsweat Superman. How fucking lucky am I?
There you go.
He's big enough.
That I knew Phil would like this background, so I thought I'd put it on for him as well. So,
and for anyone who's wondering, that was a fucking joke. FYI.
Yeah, I know, right?
Fuck.
Good
God.
You know, don't take everything seriously here, guys. It's
I'll you up in the comments for that one, boy. That's
yeah. Don't take everything seriously. I mean,
it's all fun and games.
I know. It's like, yeah, Phil doesn't actually hate David Cornsweat. He doesn't like the Superman movie, but he doesn't hate the actor he wants.
If you don't make that disclaimer, there'll be a paragraph or two.
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh, I know, right?
Sometimes you got to do that, though. You never know. Like,
it's like people completely overlook the fact, like when I say like it's just not a Superman that I identify with, because I just kind of look at Superman in two different lights. Like there is the Metropolis Boy Scout that a lot of Superman fans cling to, and that's fine. And then there's the other part of Superman that they pretty much blatantly ignore, where he is the world hero. And he, kind of grapples with who he is. And they don't want that. And that's fine. I get it. You guys don't want to have Superman deal with world war shit. I get it. You want him to be all smiles and candy and shit. That's fine. But it's gravy. Like,
yeah.
I make cheeky jokes because Dave understands my humor. Everyone on this panel understands my humor.
Exactly.
It is what it is. So
yeah, I'm not sitting here
cool
going,
beans,
how
man.
dare you, Phil? How dare you?
Yeah,
No.
you're not Ben.
No. Exactly.
Well, you do love the Suicide Squad, right, Phil?
No. Absolutely not. No. God, no.
He likes Creature Commandos. He didn't.
Yeah, he likes Creature
I
Commandos.
know.
I do.
Yep.
I think Creature
That is
Commandos is
fact.
the best thing that guy's ever written. No joke.
Yeah. So there you go. So
And
yeah.
he's not writing season 2, but hey, that's no big deal. Hey, the people he's got working on season 2, that show can't fail as far as I'm concerned. Okay.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. And then we're bringing on Mr. Perez. What's happening, sir?
What up, friends? Happy Friday. And tomorrow is free comic book day. So
Williams got it
I
ready.
have early plans, so I'm really excited for tomorrow.
You gonna make it out to Vegas?
I wish, man. I wish.
Yeah.
But support your local comic book store, guys. There's amazing deals at every single comic book store. The one I'm going to literally has singled $1 graphic novels. I mean, you can't beat that. Some of the deals you will see on Free Comic Book Day is incredible. So take advantage, guys.
Yeah, I know. So I have a family thing tomorrow, so I don't know if
I
know.
have to watch my nephew in the morning, so maybe in the afternoon, hopefully.
Yeah, I'm hoping like either I'm gonna have to like go early, or I'm just gonna maybe if the family thing ends early, I'll go later. But the family thing I go to, it's my cousins who like to they like to drink. So I don't know if
So if you do go, are you going to go to that one store that we went to last summer?
No, because that's about like 35 minutes that way.
Okay.
There is a shop like this way that's about 10 minutes. So maybe I'll make it over there. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But I was like, oh shit, and I'm, I was supposed to carpool with my mom at like noon. So I'm like, it's pretty early. So.
It's cutting it close, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of close, and then who knows how.
You'll make time because tomorrow is going to be the greatest day for comic books, supporting those small businesses and getting free comics, awesome deals. This wall is going to have some nice stuff after tomorrow. I'm very excited.
And then we got Real Skeptic. Thank you for the $5 super chat panel at the Paramount and Saudis. The Saudis successfully buy Warner Brothers. Do you see people boycotting the DCU since the Saudis are anti-LGBT? I don't think they're gonna like push that whole concept. I know it's a touchy thing when it comes to certain things, but I don't think they're gonna if they're gonna invest as much money as they're investing in. I don't think they're gonna be like, you can't have this or that, because they are actively trying to make westernized movies, and westernized movies are going to have these more progressive, values, I guess you could say. So I don't think, there's probably going to be some kind of something like that. Sure.
Which would be illegal, and that's the thing. It would be illegal for them to say anything, but to say that they wouldn't have a say is delusional. So it's an interesting balance because it literally says per their agreement and to allow the merger to happen that they would have no say in the decision making, no say in the creative process, no spots on the board. They literally wouldn't be allowed, but they are putting billions in this deal. So trust me, they're gonna get involved. Who knows what? I doubt they really care about the nuances of the DC. They're thinking the big picture, like you're talking about, Dave. But that's important to think about because it is illegal. So it's interesting.
Yeah, I mean,
You're looking for a return.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad question to put out there for sure because it is a question. It's a tough question, but I just say if you're going to be investing as much money as you're going to be, it's like you have to be open to all audiences and stuff like that. So I don't think they're going to be like saying like, no, you can't do this, you can't do that. I mean, obviously time will tell when it comes to all this stuff, but I just think that would be you don't want to alienate certain kind of like, don't obviously like there's been a period of time where a lot of things have been thrown into people's faces where it's like, whoa, where it kind of throws people off. Yeah, there's people that are going to be against that kind of stuff 100%, but there's also going to be people who are like, whoa, geez, all right, okay, I wasn't ready for you to just throw it in my face like that. Let's and there's always going to be like that aspect, and which is you also have to like consider as well. I mean, but I'm sure there's going to be, because we live in 2026, boycotting is like a thing where people are always like boycott like crazy. But I don't think they're going to be like reinforcing like you can't have this, you can't have that. I don't think that's going to be the case. I think it's going to be okay, especially like again when you have one of them again going back to Zack Snyder. Zack Snyder is very LGBT friendly and everything like that, and I'm sure like I'm it's not like he puts it like 100% like, hey, here's this, but he'll have characters like that.
He's very pro lesbian.
He definitely is, and like he's very that. So the fact that it's like when he has like a friend of his like we talked about earlier, Turkai or whatever, it's not like that guy's like, oh, how dare you do something like that. No, I mean, I think it's going to be a case by case kind of thing, when it comes to this. But we'll see what happens. It's a touchy thing. I know that though.
With this,
you might not see these movies in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
With as big as that man's ego is, there's no way he's going to let someone else tell him what to do. And if they try, he's probably going to walk. That's what I'll say about that.
Yeah. What were you going to say, William?
No, you might not see any of this content in Saudi Arabia, but
there. And there you might not see that. But then again, they might be trying to do more when it comes to that, because I know there was like that whole big stink last year when they had that big stand-up comedy festival, which caused a lot of like interesting discourse when it came to that, like, and big names were going over there. And it was a big thing because it was like, there was like things that when people were pushing back on like someone like Bill Burr who did it. And then people were like, well, remember when you said on your podcast that you shouldn't be taking this kind of money from these kinds of people, which I was like, okay, warranted, because he did say that. But then I'm like, well, you could have a change of heart and stuff like that. But then I remember there was literally a lesbian Jewish comedian who was there, who's really funny, who went there. She was perfectly fine. It was fine. The crowd was fine. Everything was fine. When it came to that. Yes, did they actually say that you can't say this, you can't do that, you can't joke about this? Sure. They did give certain things where like, hey, you can't do that. But at the same time, there was still a wide variety of comedians that went over there that were, it wasn't just all males and, this like that. And, so I don't know. It's all interesting. Like I said, who knows? It could be a little freaky when it comes to all that, when it comes to this whole Paramount thing and the fact that they're going to be putting a bunch of money investing in, they're going to be indirectly like, owning this stuff. It's like, are they going to have some say? I think I'm more kind of interested about like, are they going to start being like, hey, the media side, don't say this, don't talk about this, Oh, that could be a little freaky. Yeah,
that's for sure probably going to happen if Paramount buys WB. Like they're going to get CNN. And David Ellison's going to have his way with that. It's going to be a shit show.
That's the stuff that we kind of worry about because we see that back and forth where it's like, who is handling the media and then all the propaganda. Is the propaganda coming from the left, propaganda coming from the right? It's all just like back and forth where you're just like,
Go watch The Watchmen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Whether you have credibility or not, you can be left or right, but if you don't have credibility, it doesn't matter. And the problem with the Ellison is all you have to do is watch what they did to CBS, and that's a problem because you're already dealing with linear networks that don't make a lot of money to begin with. So when you have a linear network that's on a broadcast network and it doesn't have any credibility, you're going to start losing money. And now you've just bought this other company that's going to put you in debt for the rest of your adult life, and you don't have advertisements. The 60 Minutes advertising rates, all that stuff is plunged. So if he does it to CNN, it's like putting a lead weight on his other foot. You're really decreasing your odds of success because once you start doing that, no one's going to watch it. Once you start putting puppets in there, nobody's going to watch it. And then they're just going to everybody's going to end up going, to blogs and, and YouTube and everything else, for their news eventually again. So, but yeah, that's
how guys like Radical, we don't have to name people, but that's how Nazis get audience members, because people don't trust the mainstream media, and then some fringe person is clipped out and they say something in that individual context that may be appealing. So then their audience grows, and then people become radicals at the highest levels. The consequences of the media failing is astronomical. So that can't be ignored either. It's very sad what the natural consequence of those events are.
Yeah, and you don't have any editorial. It's the same thing that when you have online media and online trades back in the day, if like some of the stuff that happens on Deadline or some of these things that happen where it's like 50-50, people would have lost their jobs because you had an editor they had to answer to, and that editor had sponsors. But when it's all about clicks, you don't have that editorial infrastructure, and you can be one of these trades and drop some bullshit just to get a click. But if you did it 15, 16 years ago in a different platform, you'd be looking for a new job. So it's like a Wild West situation.
And Versus Seed in the comments saying dog whistling, I think the term is, which is exactly right. Saying certain things, meaning something else to attract new types of audiences and trick normies. So it's very deceptive.
Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting. And when it comes to obviously, the thing that was going around today with Zach posting that he was on the Paramount lot.
Oh my God, that shit show, the shitstorm that followed that photo. Oh my God, you would have thought that he announced he was Batman himself.
I know, right? I know. I was like, at the beginning, I was the stream. I kind of just brought up some tweets I just screenshot because I was like, when I saw people going, he's back. I'm like, back from where? Where did he go? Like, I don't know where he fucking went. Like, where did he go, guys? Like, back. Like, I mean, and then I'm going, do you guys realize that they don't own Warner Brothers yet? Like, it has to still go through before you start doing a victory dance. I mean, take a page out of the sell the Snyderverse and Netflix guys when they were doing victory laps and celebrating and sending me freaking messages and being in my mentions and being petty. It's like take a page out of them because they were doing a victory lap and then all of a sudden they lost what they got that they thought they achieved, and something like that. I'm like, relax, guys. Let's, we know that this. I mean, it doesn't take a genius to know that Paramount owns the broadcasting rights to the UFC. And so naturally, who was going to be distributing his UFC movie? It was going to be Paramount. It's like, this is where Zach's going to be filming his next movie. We know, like, there's been rumors and there's been things that people have been screenshots that they're casting right now. They're doing all the things. And I even looked at somebody who's more in the know than me that I think he's already got his main character cast. I think he's already got the main character cast. We just haven't heard it yet. I don't think the movie, I think the movie is going to be fully officially announced. And then they're going to be like, and so-and-so is going to star. I don't know who that's going to be, but I think the main character's already been cast. And yeah, I'm like, I'm not in the full on know, but I know who's in the know. And I'm like, all right, I'm looking at that. But yeah, when people are like, oh yeah, well, the things are, I'm like, if Paramount and the Saudis or whatever were like, their whole plan was to restore the Snyderverse, and Zack was in these conversations. That's the first time a director has ever been in conversations with a merger.
Yeah.
I've never heard that before. Yeah. Where first it was with Netflix. So apparently he was part of the negotiations with Netflix, and now he's been part of the negotiations with Paramount because Netflix was the whole thing was they wanted to restore the Snyderverse. Now Paramount, all they want to do is restore the Snyderverse. But then, of course, I brought up, like I said, his Saudi friend, Turkey, whatever. Like, I went and looked at his social media. I'm like, does he even like superhero stuff? Nothing in his social media. He loves combat sports. He loves boxing. He loves UFC. That is a majority of what that guy posts. He loves going to fights. He is all about combat sports. Nothing about cape shit, nothing. And I'm going, all right, what are we doing here, guys? You guys are posting these images like, oh, this guy's going to help restore the Snyder. He has shown no interest, not even when the Snyder Cut came out. Nothing commented, nothing posted, nothing. And I'm like, come on, guys, let Zack do his thing. What I love is when people are canceling him out, saying that no studio wants to work with him, and God knows what's happening with Netflix and whatever. But I'm just glad that he's getting a new opportunity to do something that I think could very well be one of his biggest movies he's ever made. I think this movie could be one of his biggest movies he's ever made. If he puts that Zack Snyder flavor into it, there's a good story.
Slow motion.
Yeah, slow motion punching, and you see like just full on just.
I mean, look at his Instagram. Look at him. Look at 300. Like, the guy's into like working out. Like, this is up. This is not out of the realm possibility, which is why I laugh when they're saying he's back, and I'm like, you should have put he's back ... on a studio lot, and be like, all right, there you go. Like, he's gonna do a film for a studio, and like, again, I passively like the UFC. I've watched it here and there. I like combat sports. I have my thoughts on the personnel here and there and where they're at, but that's a whole nother thing. But like, it's something else. It's not another big IP. I'm hoping that if this film does come to play all the way, that it's a lower budget. It's not 100+. Like, keep it under the belt. That way, there's no quote unquote risk. You just do your thing, and then an audience will show up. I will show up,
dude.
As of right now, I'll show up.
The UFC is huge. The UFC, huge. It pulls in billions of dollars. I mean, and if you make a movie, and obviously, like with every UFC fight, they're going to be promoting the absolute shit out of it, with everything. So it's like, it like, again. I mean, I even said this. I said this before, and some people were like, "Whoa, back it up." And I'm like, well, I said this could be Zack Snyder's biggest movie, even bigger than BVS. And I was like, possibility, because UFC is so global and so huge that it could be $1 billion movie if, but who knows? I could be just shoot. I just want Zack to be successful because he's a friend and he's one of my favorite directors. And, DC space is like, to me, he nailed it. But then, that was a rocky time and it was ahead of its time. And I think in another universe, BVS was going to be like this $1 billion movie. And I think when people go back and revisit Man of Steel and BVS, they go, holy shit, this guy was onto something. It was something different. So now that he's going to be tackling this with his own flavor put into it, and I think he's going to come up with some really cool concepts, I think it could have a 300 level impact. Because I remember when 300 came out, I mean, it was like that movie where I remember just hanging out with like friends and being like, we got to go see 300. Yeah. And then it's like one of those, like, it was like a, that kind of dude, you got to see 300.
Yeah, kind of thing, the Friends movie. You go watch with the friends. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We'll get beer later or whatever. Or go eat. Yeah.
UFC is a good warm-up for eventually, hopefully, volunteer gladiator matches. Hopefully, we legalize it. That's the direction we need to go in. Go full combat. But if we're going to have a UFC fight or movie, Zack Snyder's the one to do it. And I guarantee that he's going to be really careful about the script after Rebel Moon. I think he's going to be so diligent. I guarantee he's not going to write it. That's my prediction. I don't think he's going to write the movie. I think he's going to be very careful because this is going to determine the rest of his career.
I like what's the writer he's been working a lot during the Netflix era.
Joby Harold and Shay Hatton.
Shay Hatton, that's his name. Shay Hatton. I know Shay Hatton's co-writing the Resident Evil movie, and so I like Shay Hatton's screenplay for Army of Thieves. I think that's the one where like the heist and whatnot. Like I remember liking that one.
Yeah, Army of Thieves was more. It was a heist movie, no zombies, nothing.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that.
I can see why. I like both, but I totally see why you can like that even more. Yeah,
and not to think that like the Shay can't do a better script. We'll see what happens with Resident Evil, but like I was like, I hope Zach spreads his wing more and look at somebody else and see what else they can do. I mean, in a perfect world, if you will, if Taylor Sheridan was into fighting whatnot, and you put Taylor Sheridan's script with the way Zach will shoot something, I'm like, I will, regardless who knows what will be in the material, but like I would pay price admission to see if they can pull it off. His script, Zach's camera work, his direction, and see where that plays out. So I'm hoping that, and not to say I don't want to see Shay Hatton on the promotion, but like I want to see if Zach can get another writer to help him look at another point of view and see what it is. Because if he does go forward with this UFC movie, to me, even though there's not that many, my gold standard is the Warrior movie. That's my bar right now of like, all right, besides cool fights and liking the combat, why else am I seeing this movie? If not, I could just watch a pay-per-view or go to the bar and watch a fight. Why am I watching this movie? So I'm hoping that he gets a good partner for the script. You know who would be good? What's his name? Terminator Zero. He wrote the Batman Part 2. What's his name?
Matt Tomlin.
Yeah. Imagine him with him. Woof. Fuck. Anyway, I'm fanboying. My bad.
No, I mean, I know it's going to be interesting, but So it was good that Zach posted that. It was a good picture. It was like, all right, now it's time for that. Forget all the people who are jumping to conclusions like he's having conversations that we want to get that James Gunn guy out.
I got to be brutally honest. I actually saw something on Threads where people were trying to like rewrite the Jonathan Kent death in Man of Steel, and I got to be honest. When I see people talking about how Snyder needs a better writer, he needs a better writing partner, I'm almost inclined to be like, why don't you write something better then? Why don't you try? I dare you to try. And the fact matter is they can't, because all the shit I saw was garbage. Absolute fucking garbage. And it was all in favor of, Superman should have saved Jonathan Kent. And I'm just like, you guys missed the fucking point of that whole fucking scene. It's not
behind the context. It would feel out of place if he didn't save him. Yeah.
It's just fanboy bullshit of, I know better. No, you fucking don't.
Well, it's just going back to the whole Resident Evil talk, and
it's
like it's like when fans always think that they know better. It's like, well, then you try to do something. I mean, it is going to get to a point where I think I brought this up at the beginning of the stream. I'm like, we're at this point where it's like where people are always pushing back against everything, and then now we're going to be given the technology to be like, well, this is how I do it. Prompt, and then they're going to show it. It's like, oh boy, are we going to get to that era in a few years where now all of a sudden it's like, this is the version that I think should have happened. And then they, that's what's going to be interesting when it comes to the future of all this, where we're not just going to get words to read. We're actually going to get visuals.
Ooh, yeah,
sure.
That's what's going to be very interesting. And then you know what's going to happen, though? When they post that, they're going to get fucking grilled. Like, this is dog shit. This is bullshit. It's like they're getting now. Like, we're seeing that shit now. And, like, I see some of this stuff. Sometimes I'll see some AI stuff where I go, you know what? Okay, not bad. Not bad. But then when I see some stuff where I'm going, what the fuck? Most of the time I'm going, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is that? Like, what did you even type into the prompt to do something like that? So it's like, Jesus Christ.
What's everyone's response to Eric Smith's question? Devil's advocate, shouldn't Smashing Machine have been a hit then, referring to UFC having worldwide appeal?
You know what? When it comes to that movie, I don't know. I had high hopes for that because I will say that when it came to the DC stuff, when we didn't know where DC was going, and I know Dwayne Johnson and his $7 Productions were trying to get their hands on it, and they wanted to take it into their direction. I was kind of going like, what the fuck is The Rock doing? And I was giving him shit, and I was like, but I've always liked The Rock.
Right.
Ever since, you know, all his movies.
Since Scorpion King, right?
Yeah, that's what. Ever since Scorpion,
I'll come for the woman.
That bad CGI of the Mummy 2. No, but I'm like, I've always been a fan of like, because I was like, oh yeah, he's like the modern day action star, and he was, you know, and I've liked, you know, Walking Tall, Gridiron Gang, The Rundown.
The Rundown, yeah,
I love The Rundown, and
yeah.
So like, I was always a fan, and it still was always a fan. But when I was hearing stuff where it was like, yeah, he was trying to get his stuff, and I was like, oh, this is now you're dealing with like an IP that I'm like that I love too, and I'm like, I don't know if I like what you're doing, Dwayne, and I enjoyed Black Adam and everything, but
me too.
So I gave him some shit, but at the same time, like I was going, Dwayne Johnson needs to fucking have a pivot, and I said Smashing Machine is going to be that pivot, and I still think the Smashing Machine is that pivot where he showed, hey, I'm not just a big action star. I can act. And when I'm seeing people who are very much, you know, I'm seeing reaction videos who love the UFC and combat and MMA and all this kind of stuff. When I see Joe Rogan and, you know, those kind of people who are very much in that world go, dude, the fucking guy nailed it. Even, who was the guy that he was portraying? Curry?
Mark Carr.
Mark Carr, that's right. Even like, you know, and I see what he is like, and I see how Dwayne Johnson was. I was like, okay, he fucking nailed it. Like he nailed it. It sucks that movie did not do well at the box office. And it was like, I was hoping it was going to have some more, and it got some attention. He still got nominated for like a Golden Globe or something like that, him and Emily Blunt. But yeah, it was just, but I still think that, yeah, it wasn't a hit, but I still think it was good for Dwayne Johnson, just because it was like, hey, you showed another side of yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You wasn't just like you playing yourself, doing one-liners and being a badass and doing the aura, you know, walking away from explosions in slow motion, cocking a gun in slow motion and doing and flexing your muscles. It wasn't just like that. It was like you actually showing your fucking acting chops. It sucked that it wasn't a hit. I still think it's a good movie and it was a great performance. But yeah, I mean, like, yeah, just you would think that maybe in that space that I was like, man, where were all the people? I actually was shocked that the people who were all about that didn't flock to that movie. So yeah, he brings up a good point, because it's like, okay, now with this UFC movie that Zack is doing, are people going to flock to it? But I'm going, well, I think this movie is going to be a lot more flashier and a lot more like, they're going to promote the absolute shit out of it, because the UFC did not promote the Smashing Machine all that much. And I think the UFC is going to big time promote this movie. Like during events, they're going to be showing TV spots. It's going to be on the fucking, there's going to be blood splattered on the fucking logo on the fucking mat and shit like that. Zack's going to be at the event. He's going to be, you're going to see Zack Snyder's at the event, because he does go to the events. It's not like he hasn't been there, but they're going to be like promoting the absolute shit out of this. So
who's playing Joe Rogan?
Man. Probably Joe Rogan. They'll probably just get Joe Rogan. What are you going to say, William?
There's a difference between watching a live fight and going to a movie about one. So I don't know. I know there's going to be some crossover, but I don't know if it should automatically be like, well, it's about the UFC. All the people. It's like, you know, going to watch a movie about football and watching a football game. There might be slight chasm there where you don't get as much crossover as you might automatically think. So. Yeah.
And famously, the UFC doesn't like Warrior, right? Or Dana White or somebody was like, they didn't like Warrior. And it's like, that movie it didn't do well in the box office. It got Nick Nolte an Oscar nomination, but it became a hit when it came to home release and like DVDs and stuff. Then it has a whole cult classic following. Like, how the fuck did this movie come out and not make a big splash and whatnot in terms of the public and whatnot? And I think, Dave, when you're mentioning Dwayne's pivot, it reminds me of a little bit when I heard Matthew McConaughey talked about his pivot from rom-com to serious and dramatic, and how he said it wasn't just I did one drama movie and that was it. I had to do a consistent ones that just flowed in. I think the first one he did was Mud. Yeah. And then he didn't the McConaughey Renaissance didn't kick in until full gear until what? Maybe Dallas Buyers Club, and then Interstellar, and maybe for me the one I remember being like, whoa, was Lincoln Lawyer. That was the one I was like, okay, he's not being the sexy dude, he's being a lawyer in cahoots with what the hell he's working on. But like, as long as Dwayne keeps going down this way, then people can be like, okay, it wasn't just a one-off thing. And hopefully Zach's this way as well. Hopefully Last Photograph, he goes and showcases it at Comic-Con, even though it had nothing to do with Comic-Con. But if you guys noticed, San Diego Comic-Con has been promoting A24 movies. Have nothing to do with comic book related stuff. And like, do that. There's an entryway, you promote it there, get the word out, and who knows, hopefully consistent. But I think Dwayne has that possibility to keep going that way, and I think Zach has that as well.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I mean, even going back to Matthew McConaughey, I always go like, oh yeah, that dude when he turned 40, that's when he pivoted. When you look at like his first like full on, like when he was pivoting, it is right when he turned 40, and it was like, oh wow, like you look. I remember I even looked. I was like, okay, what was that when he started pivoting to like more serious movies? And then I looked at the date of the first one. I was like, oh, that was right when he turned 40. I was like, so he was like, I'm turning 40, man. I gotta do something. Like, he just had to do, and I remember I even saw him on a podcast. He knew. He was like, he even said he took a year and a half off one time, and he went. Yep. And the roles were not coming in, so he was like, he knew that he had to like reinvent himself, but he knew he had to take a break from that because he was tired of doing the same old shit, and it was like, and like that's what happens. That happens with actors. That happens with filmmakers, and where you just always you got to pivot, and like you want to do something different. You can't just do like the same thing over and over and over again and stuff like that. But I know that William and Talata, you guys got to take off. Yeah, but William, you go first. I know you got a big day tomorrow.
Yeah, well, we got a comic day tomorrow, so this is a plug for everybody across the nation. Go out to that store that you usually don't go to. I know gas is expensive, so you might not travel too far out of your neighborhood, but this is a time of year where you can just get around and meet new people and pick up some free stuff and get some good deals. So that's what we'll be consuming me tomorrow, and then watching people play a 30-year-old arcade game. Like, load their kids up with Mortal Kombat stuff and fans.
Nice.
I guess these are knives. Yeah, they're knives. Okay, I got it.
Well, they're knives. Yeah, it's katana. Yeah.
That's right. I forgot about him. She's in there. So yeah, thanks for having me on. Sorry I was so brief, but I will be back to normal.
Oh, no problem. No, I get it, man. Congratulations on the reopening, and good luck tomorrow.
All right, you guys have a nice Friday.
All right.
Take care, William.
Enjoy Free Comic Book Day.
Yes, and then Taladia, thank you for joining, of course, too.
No problem. Thanks for having me on. I just recently uploaded my Injustice 3 news reaction type of video, so feel free to check that out. And and make sure you like the stream, guys, and share it with your friends.
Yes, absolutely.
Beautiful.
Thank you, Taladia. Appreciate it.
Take care, guys.
See you, Taladia.
Yeah. But so now pivoting to the whole lanterns weird thing where the trailer was like got put into private, then it was back, and then it got put in private again. It's like, oh my god, I was like, what the fuck? Because obviously, this is not the first time when it got put into private. It was because they used a Bruce Springsteen song that was like
State Trooper. Yep.
Yeah, it got like kind of remixed. It wasn't like the actual, but they used it. So that was apparently the main reason. And then when they re-uploaded it, or when they put it back up, it was like, okay, yeah, you didn't hear any of that. It was just specifically score. And then all of a sudden it got brought down again. And apparently, from what I gathered, it was because they weren't supposed to put the release date fully on it yet before it was going to be like fully in it. They weren't, it wasn't supposed to have the August 16th release date. So they were like, which I don't know. Again, that was the only thing I heard of why they pulled it again for like another day. Like they dropped it and then the next day it came back and it was just like, I don't know if they were like waiting for James Gunn to release to talk about that it was going to be released on August 16th. I don't know. It's such a weird thing, but it's just, but you know, obviously in 2026, everybody's like doom and gloom, like, oh, they pulled it down because there's not enough green and it sucks. And you know, it's all this, and then they release an image of you know, them charging the ring, and they're, and of course, you know, all of us were making the jokes of like, hey, there's your green for you, which is funny because it's like, you know, it's funny because again, even like Screen Rant had that another look at lanterns, and it's just Hal and John at a bar in the same clothes, but at the same time, what do we keep on saying here specifically? They're only showing like the first episode. They're only showing that. That's
and I'm okay with that.
Yeah. And I'm like, I keep having to remind people, it's like, it's still the same. It's them. It's Hal, messy hair, drinking with the tan fucking jacket, and then it's John, who's all nice and primped with the bomber jacket and kind of just like, and it's like, okay, we're just seeing, I'm like, this is all the first episode. They are doing a good job of like not showing so much more. And I think we're going to be pleasantly surprised because we're going to get 8 hours, or I think it's 8 episodes, right? It's supposed to be 8 episodes. Yeah. So we're going to get about 8 hours of this series. And yes, it's Earth-based, but we're going to be going like, holy shit. Look at that. They actually did.
Recent reports are even questioning that it's going to be Earth-based. There's some recent reports saying that it's going to be outside of Earth.
There's going to be some cosmic shit, apparently.
Yeah. I mean, again, I think my guess is that they won't show more footage outside of what we've seen and different angles of the same, you know, shots we've seen thus far until Comic-Con, and then we'll see more new stuff like, oh, that's new. That's not from the same clothing. That they're not using the same clothing. That man, Hal probably looks either younger, older, or there's a, you know, young Jon Stewart. Like we won't see that stuff until we're closer to the release date, and it's the smart move of like, no, in this day and age when a lot of stuff is either leaking or being shown too early ahead of time, you hold back. Like right now, be like, there's a Green Lantern show coming out. Yes, the green word is not in the title, but we have Hal Jordan and Jon fucking Stewart in the show. We have a live action version of those right now happening. Unless someone pulls the plug at the 11th hour, it's happening, and like there's no need to show all your cards right now. I don't think, and it's weird. Do you guys feel like when they re-uploaded the teaser, it felt like it was the same song just without the lyrics, like the same music type? It was there.
It felt similar, yes, but it was like pure like scorey type of stuff. Yeah, I know. It like, because I was trying to remember like, but then I even had to look it up because I was like, wait, what did they use? Oh yeah, they used like a Bruce Springsteen song.
Yeah.
So I think like whoever was like the composer, I think the composer kind of did a variation of it, of like what they were going for as opposed to using the song. So they probably just brought the composer in and went like, hey, just do like a version of that. Try not to like fully copy it. Just like make it your own kind of thing. So it still kind of sounds similar. And I think that's what they did. They were just kind of like, yeah, we use this song and but kind of create something like that. Maybe that's, you know, and that happens before. That's happened, you know, before too with series where it's like, oh yeah, we have the copyright, and then the copyright runs out with the whatever contract, and then they have to pull it, and then they have to either get the new, you know, renew the copyright deal, or they have to just, you know, put something else on it. You know, that happened with Zach's Hallelujah thing because that was obviously a song. And I remember when people pulled that down, it was all doom and gloom, like WB hates Zach, and it was always like that shit. But it was like, no, it's just the fucking song.
That trailer was great though. That trailer was
that
trailer was
beautiful
sick.
trailer. beautiful trailer, and the song just worked, just absolutely worked with it. But yeah, I mean, and it's happened with Euphoria. I think it's happened with numerous. It's happened with shows before that use like a needle drop for their, and that's the thing. It's copyright. I mean, we run into that as YouTubers where.
Oh yeah.
I mean, there's been times where I have to put, if I do a trailer reaction, or if I showed a clip and did some commentary on a stream, I have to dispute twice because of the footage and because of the song. And I'm like, the song was part of the trailer. That wasn't my choice. They used it in the trailer. So you can't get.
Have you gotten a strike because of that, or has the dispute always worked?
The dispute usually works. If you appeal it, it usually works because they're like, oh yeah, you're doing this, you're doing that. But I don't know. It's always so interesting because I know you can have the feature where you could just appeal it right away, you get 7 days. They have 7 days to response. I always get a little worried about that because they always put a disclaimer like, you could get legally, sued for this or something like that. I'm like, so it is a little freaky. It is a little freaky because if you go right to appeal, they make sure like you better be sure that you're okay. Yeah, they definitely YouTube definitely. Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry for the foul language. I'm sorry.
But I mean, like, it was funny because even like the recent DC Fanimated stream that Scott and I had on Wednesday for Static Shock episode 2, we always show a clip and we do commentary for like the last like fight scene or something like that. And the stream got completely blocked because of that. And I went, wow. It got completely blocked. And I went, all right. And then when I was going to dispute, I was like, should I just go right to appeal? And I went, no, I'm not going to go right to appeal. Let me just do the normal dispute. And usually it takes like a day or two. It took like an hour. And all of a sudden, boom, it was back. And they were like, oh, you're good. Don't worry. And I was like, whoa, look at that.
That's amazing.
That was
Thank
quick.
God, some good news for YouTube.
Yeah, I was like, wow, I didn't expect it to be so quick. Yeah, because all of a sudden I refreshed my page, and all of a sudden it was back. It wasn't blocked. I went, oh wow, and then I saw the notification on my phone. I was like, wow, that was quick. So yeah, I mean, so sometimes it's like, yeah, you could risk, do the dispute first, and then if it comes back, hey, they're still holding on. I'm like, well, then you do the appeal right after that, and then that usually because that's where you have to answer like specific questions. Are you just showing the trailer? Did you, this, that, and this? How did you show the trailer, or how did you show the footage? And then you have to like explain like, no, yeah, it was just commentary. It was not full screen. It wasn't this. It wasn't that. And usually that gets lifted. But yeah, it's a little scary because sometimes you worry about like, hey, oh fuck, am I going to get dinged? Because I've gotten dinged. I remember one time I got dinged because I did a trailer reaction of Titans, like season 2 or whatever the hell trailer. It got leaked and I didn't know it was leaked. I just saw it got posted. So I did a reaction.
Oh, you were a leaker.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It wasn't supposed to get posted, but it was like it wasn't, it seemed like it was legit. And so I did a reaction. I got a fucking copyright strike.
Oh shit.
I was like, what the fuck?
How
was
long did it
online.
last?
Yeah. It lasted 3 months.
Damn.
Yeah.
Did you feel like a badass?
I did. For a minute, but then I was scared because I was like, oh god, I gotta be careful.
I'm not inauthentic.
Yeah, I know. See, yeah, you got that. I mean, and kudos to you for keeping on, trying to because there's a lot of people out there, and it seems like YouTube is getting quicker at getting people's monetization reinstated, because this is like a whole thing. It's a whole demonetization pandemic.
It's a big wave, and if you see someone out there that is following terms of service, this is how you help them. You go to their pinned post or their most common post, and you tag Team YouTube, and you say, "Look, this is a human creator who edits manually. Please appeal or please have a human reviewer look at this." And after pressure, it works. This week there were so many overtures. It was a really good step in the right direction, but there's still literally thousands of creators that were demonetized. So there's a lot of work that has to be done.
Still, I know. It took a while for yours, but it seems like now it's getting quicker, where it's a quicker turnaround, where it's less than a week or something like that.
The older gentleman made me very sad. He seemed like such a nice man.
I think, I think I remember seeing that one. I think I retweeted or something like that. But yeah, it was like, but there's people that are just like, they put their whole lives in this shit, and all of a sudden it's like the money gets taken away. It's like, Jesus.
I have a wait list going on of I'm trying to help as many creators behind the scenes. If you're in the situation, feel free to message me, and we'll either create a plan for you to be back in terms of compliance, or we'll create a plan if you're good to go to get heard and get a human appeal. So message me. My DMs are open. There's a little bit of a wait list because I've literally helped over 100 creators this week. It's been crazy. So DM me. It's open.
Yeah, do that. And I mean, it's crazy how this whole thing is like happening right now. And I'm like, when I keep on seeing it, I'm like, Jesus Christ. Well, at least like YouTube definitely knows.
Yeah.
YouTube definitely knows, like, oh yeah, it's like, hey, YouTube knows now because it's just been happening so frequently. And I'm like, I'm glad that now it's, speeding up the process where I'm seeing like people like, going, hey, I got demonetized. And then within like a few days, they're like, all right, I'm back. And I'm like, cool. Because
and finally, bigger creators are talking about it. David Cullen, Yellow Flash has been really on top of it. There's been a lot of big creators that are finally talking about it, really putting light onto it. So it's really nice to see. It's really, really good to see that. Nerdrotic just did a big video about it. I think it's about to approach 500,000 views. So it is getting bigger attention.
No, it's good. It's good. I'm glad that that's the case because, yeah, it's not. And hopefully they're trying to figure out a solution where it doesn't happen now in the future. Because I mean, it's got anybody who's creating on YouTube is now worried. I worry about it too. I was like talking with like a friend that saw that. She was like, "Oh shit!" I mean, I remember when you got your channel taken down like for a few days, and I'm
that's
like, yeah,
scary though, because it's like you don't even have a process to email them or anything like that. That's frightening.
Yeah. It's, I mean, when I got the channel taken down, that was like, you can't even like, I mean, with demonetization, it's like you could still post and you could still make videos and you can still try to do stuff. But man, when you get your channel taken down, you can't do anything. And that was like 5 days of like nothing. I mean, it was so funny seeing that, when you look at your analytics and it's just like boop, and it's just a straight line of zeros, no views. Yeah. See, I mean, every YouTuber doesn't want to see that, No. It's like you see a straight up just bottom line of like zeros for 5 or 6 days. It's like, it was like, yeah, it was pretty brutal. It was pretty brutal, but but again, the community always comes through. And I remember
that would happen. The community got involved and it was like, hey, what's going on?
Totally. Like it was great because I remember when that happened, like it kind of showed the community where it was like, my Patreon, I put out my Patreon. I was like, hey, you could support me here. And I got a lot of subscriptions to Patreon, which were great. The people were like welcoming, like, hey, just to support, even if it was like $1 subscription kind of thing. And then when it came to Twitter, also, I streamed on Twitter. And it was just on Twitter, the Vodka stream that weekend, because it was during like, oh yeah, I got to do a Vodka stream. And it was specifically on Twitter. And I remember I was looking at the live views. The live views were in the thousands. And I was like, thank you guys for supporting. They wanted to show the support. And people on Twitter and even people who are like, my fans on YouTube were they were going to Twitter and commenting through that, the chat right there too. Yeah. So it was like, it was cool to see like, oh shit, I'm not just like fucking, not doing anything. I actually have a little community here. So it was cool. It was really cool to see that. As nerve-wracking as it was still kind of cool to see that I had a community of people like going like, oh yeah, I like your shit and this sucks. So here, let me support you either through Patreon. And then when you did your live stream on Twitter, I'm going to support that. And it like, yeah, I was like, whoa, shit. There was some like a lot of live viewers just showing their love on Twitter. So that was good.
What platforms are you on right now?
Just Twitter, and right now we're streaming on Twitter and YouTube, and that's all.
Well, your channel, you're on TikTok, right? You're on.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, I'm posting on TikTok. Yeah, and Instagram, but that's pretty much it. And yeah, that's it. But it's funny too because, you know, TikTok's an interesting thing because there'll be sometimes where, like, you know, I'm sure you've been there too, where it's like you post something on TikTok and then it won't see traction. And then all of a sudden, sometimes you post something and it just blows the fuck up. It just hits that wave.
Yeah.
And you're like, what the hell?
It's a weird beast.
And then you could find some interesting people. Like, yeah, like I said, there's some media company that was like, hey, we found you on TikTok. Would you like to get the Clayface trailer a little bit early so you can, do the promotion? I was like, sweet. All right.
Oh, shit. Look at that.
Yeah.
Insider access, people. Look, we got someone.
And I like to be transparent about that too. And I'm like, I'm not going to, because when I posted my Clayface trailer reaction, it was like right as the fucking thing posted. And I was like, same thing when they came to the Resident Evil and they're like, hey, post this on here and tag this and use the hashtag. And I was like, all right, thank you. And I was like, all right, I'll do that. And because I was very excited for that, for that movie. So it was kind of cool. It's like, there's no compensation, no nothing. It was just, hey, you can record your video, you can record your reaction. So then you could post it right as it drops. And I was like, thank you.
Any upcoming premieres? Would you go to the Clayface premiere?
Totally. I totally would. Oh yeah. I'd go to any premiere, like, especially if it was, something. I mean, if it was something like Devil's Wear Prada 2, I might be like, I don't know. But but yeah, if it was something like
what about Pockers 4? Would you see that one on the red carpet?
Yes. Yeah, why not? But it's always like I said, when you grind it out on all that stuff, sometimes you never know who's going to notice. So it is kind of cool, like when stuff like that comes about. But so yeah, we talked about the Lanterns trailer coming back and leaving and then coming back again. And now it's fully back. And
is Guy Gardner. So here's what I'm confused about Guy Gardner. We were told by Nathan Fillion, he says the most F words in this show than any role in his life, right? And he has some very extensive roles. But I'm also hearing that he is barely in the show. So is he just saying fuck every word? And is that what's going on? I mean, what is happening?
I mean, I don't think it's that. I think he was probably over embellishing, but hey, it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, I think there was a mention that he doesn't interact with Hal, but I'm kind of wondering, I hope he interacts with Hal because Hal is going to fucking put him in his place for sure. And I think John would do that too, but they said like, oh yeah, he only interacts with John, but I'm like, come on. We got to have him interact with Hal, hopefully. So, but we'll see. But yeah, I think it's going to be interesting when he shows up. And I remember there was like a behind the scenes photo from the set that showed a standee of Guy Gardner because obviously he's working for
Lord.
Yeah. So he's obviously sponsored. So he's like standing there. Yeah, and I'm like, ooh. So we're probably gonna see Hal like talk shit about that, of course. And he's probably gonna be like, fuck this guy, which will be fun to see. It'll be fun to see grumpy Hal Jordan, just kind of shitting on the corporate sponsoring of a Green Lantern,
Please survive, Guy. Please survive.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing that we're worried about.
He's going to be a Man of Tomorrow.
No, John is, but it's Hal.
No, I'm talking about Guy.
Guy Gardner.
Oh, you're talking about Guy. Yeah, Guy is going to be a Man of Tomorrow. Yeah.
So he
lives. He's confirmed.
Yes, he's going to be a Man of Tomorrow. They confirmed that he's going to be a Man of Tomorrow. I thought you were talking about Hal. I was like, no, Hal ain't going to be.
All the people want is Guy Gardner as leader of the Justice League. It's a small ask. It's not a big deal. Just slip it in there.
That's not what I'm asking for. I'm asking him to get the shit kicked out of him by Batman. That's what I want to see.
We all want to see Batman give him a little punch.
Because Batman cold cocks him in Justice League International, and it's amazing.
That's a great moment.
And James Gunn loves him some Justice League International, so it might happen if everything moves forward the way it does. So we, might see it. Hey, we got Paul right here. What's happening?
Hey!
What's up?
Yo, what's up, brother?
Hey, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Not too much. Just
it's now Saturday though, so I can't say Happy Friday.
Yeah, it is Saturday here as well for me. So yeah,
there you go, East Coasters.
Your ceiling looks very clean, my friend.
My ceiling, I guess, yeah. It works out, yeah. Were there talks of it being dirty and disgusting or something?
Yeah.
I'm confused.
We were like, Paul and his disgusting ceiling. Jesus Christ.
Oh wow. All right.
No, just kidding. But no, I actually forgot to send Paul the link. I was like, oh shit, fuck Paul. I was like, got too wrapped up in the thing. So sorry about that, Paul.
It's all right, man. We've been doing this now so long. I know there's been times where you've hit me up and then I fell asleep and missed the link.
I sent it to you through email. Because obviously, like most of the people here, like I send through like DMs on Twitter. So then I'm like, send. And then, with Phil, I send through like Patreon. And there will be even times where I've even forgotten with him too, where I'm like, oh shit, forgot to send the link. There's been a time or two, or like when that's happened too, where it's like, so I'm always like quick to do the DMs and then I forget. I'm like, oh shit, so it happens. But like I said, it happens. But Paul, we're just we were talking about. I don't know if you saw the Resident Evil trailer. I don't know if you're
a Resident Evil
fan.
So the way I'm going to be honest with you. I'm a very base fan of the franchise. I know
I think that's a lot of us. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. So I have a lot of gamer friends, and they love the franchise for the most part. From the best that I can determine from the actual gaming, like main series titles, is that there's two groups of fans within the Resident Evil franchise in terms of like what the game series was, what it's become, what it's now currently, and stuff like that. Where basically you have on one hand you have the Resident Evil fans who love the old school horror aspect of the games, where you go in, you get scared, it's about creeping horror. And then there's the other side of the fan base, which is more about like the action game part of the franchise. So basically, it's before Resident Evil 4 and after Resident Evil 4, because the original Resident Evil 4, which apparently the remake is like perfect. That's what I've heard anyway. That introduced a lot more of like the action-based combat. And 4 was a really good mix of having a little bit of both the horror and the action. And
it's
then
often lauded as the best one in the franchise.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the top tier. But what happened, to the best of my knowledge, and this is all I'm getting from secondhand. So I haven't played any of these games, but I guess apparently 5 was not great, and then 6 was, I guess the best way you can describe it is like the Batman and Robin of the Resident Evil franchise. But the good thing is it was so bad, just like Batman and Robin, that it invited sort of how Batman Begins happened. So 7 was very, very good, and then 8 was also good, and then I'm hearing 9 is right back there, where it's a good mix of the horror and it's a good mix of the action again. And basically 7, 8, and 9 have been very, very good for the franchise, very good for the fans. Now on the movie side of things, it's more complicated because Resident Evil, I guess if you know about movies and you know about video games, takes a lot of inspiration from George Romero's Night of the Living Dead. So much so, they wanted George Romero to work and direct the original Resident Evil when it came out decades ago. That didn't end up happening. We got, I think it's been the same dude, but Paul W.S.
Anderson. Yes.
Right. And Mila Jovovich there doing their version of Resident Evil, essentially. And with the movies getting progressively more and more ridiculous because they made money and they did things. But in terms of if you're a fan of that franchise of the games, it's not really connected that well. It's just kind of its own thing. And
yes.
The movies are infamous for getting more and more over the top and more ridiculous. But this, from what I can tell, Zach Krager is kind of doing a similar thing where he's not focusing on the main characters from the games, but doing his own character. But it is keeping to the tone of like the like OG Resident Evil, like creeping horror aspects. There's going to be different things that are true to the games, where it's going to be about the main character like having to figure stuff out, do puzzles, try to make his way through Raccoon City and survive. So I like it personally, and I'm a huge fan of Zach Cregger. I've been a fan since like Whitest Kids, but like Barbarian was great. Weapons was one of my favorite movies of the year. So
any box office predictions?
I mean, it depends. I mean, video game movies have gotten better in the last 10 years for sure. I mean, you can just look at the Sonic and the Mario franchises just alone with that, and to differing degrees with fans, like how it goes about. But I think Mario fans have been satisfied with the movies, and Sonic fans have gotten more and more satisfied with the Sonic films. And I think they're on to do like Amy Rose now and stuff. So, and
Jim Carrey is coming back, so that just shows the craziness of video game movies.
I think it's one. I think Jim. I don't know if he's on the same level of Robin Williams in terms of being a gamer, but I know he loves the Sonic franchise. I know that he loves being Robotnik, and from what I've heard, they pretty much give him carte blanche to kind of do whatever he wants to do, and they kind of work the movie around him while making sure to put their stuff in there that they want to put. And Paramount and Sega have listened to fans. I mean, that whole controversy with the original,
Ugly Sonic.
Yeah, and then the redesign, and then everything, that's worked to their benefit and stuff. So, anyway, as far as Resident Evil goes, I would say stick and be true to the games as best you can, because Resident Evil has not had the best history of, adaptations and stuff. I didn't even see the TV show, but I heard it was a disaster.
Yeah.
Yeah. It did not go over well.
Well,
but
it's
anyway,
funny too, because this Resident Evil movie comes out in September, which is like, so it's kind of got its own space to breathe, because there's not a lot that comes out in September. So I'm kind of like, it's going to be kind of interesting to see like, okay, how does that date, September 18th, favor it, where it's like probably not going up against really much, and it's leading, obviously the spooky, it's going to be like, hey, fall is coming and spooky season is starting. So, I think that helps it. And I think I'm kind of wondering what the budget is. I'm sure the budget is pretty low. It's probably under 100 million. I would imagine. I wouldn't think it's like too crazy. Even when you watch the trailer, I mean, I think Zach Cregger is probably one of those directors that will utilize the budget to where he needs to, and maybe even be like, hey, let's not go crazy here, guys. Let's, and so I think this, going back to the, what you said, Perez, is like the fact that it's like, what do you predict when it comes to this? I think this movie has potential to be pretty successful. I think it could be already like breaking even third or fourth week, where it's like, all right, we're making profit here. We're making profit here. I mean, depending on what the budget is, that's the thing. And I'm thinking the budget, I would say the budget, if I had to guess looking at it, I would say that the budget probably is 40 million, if that, maybe 40, 50.
Maybe a little higher.
Yeah, maybe 40, 50.
Yeah,
I would say
Deadpool was 50, right?
Deadpool was made for $58 million.
50.
Yeah, there you go. It could be something like that, but that's a pretty low budget, and you do the math of 2.5
minus 1, 11 million. I'm sorry, 13 million. 13 million. I apologize.
I mean, that movie Upgrade Lee Whannell did was like $15 million.
Yeah.
And Resident Evil seems to be more residential. Now they've got the kid from Weapons in it as well.
And he looks nothing like he did. He was. Weapons.
So
they did such a good job in Weapons.
When he showed up in Weapons, it was driving me crazy, because I'm like, I've seen this kid before, and I could not place where I'd seen him before. And then I remembered, because it had been years prior. He was 1 or 2 episode character on Silicon Valley. He was the Adderall kid, because they needed their website.
He always plays the druggie.
Well, it was like this kid was a prodigy with coding and uploading websites within like a day or two of getting it done, and only after they recruit him does he tell them, I need Adderall to get the job done. And so Richard has to go into the neighborhood and like basically buy Adderall off of like California little kids. Basically, it's a whole thing.
That's funny.
Like it's one of the funnier moments in the show. but yeah, that was like the first role I think that I remember seeing that actor in. And he was great in Weapons, and obviously, if I remember correctly too, because Weapons had a semi-different cast, and then the actor strike happened, and then they had to recast the movie, and he was the only one I think from the original cast that kept his part to the best of my knowledge and stuff.
Yeah,
so
because I think Pedro Pascal was going to be playing Josh Brolin's character at one point.
Yes,
yep.
and like he signed up for Josh Brolin's character. Like Pedro Pascal was actually going to be that.
Right,
but he's also been on Euphoria. He was on Euphoria for a little bit too. He's also been on The Walking Dead as well. I was looking up his filmography, or his, so he's been around, but like the first time I saw him was Weapons, of course. But yeah,
I think you could characterize him as right now as a character actor, and I think that's kind of what you need in a franchise like this to a degree, because you want to make it a semi-low budget, but you want an actor that can kind of carry the movie and someone who you can get invested in, and you want them to survive the apocalypse, so that's like kind of the point. But yeah, now don't get me wrong, even though I'm not a hardcore fan of the franchise, do I want a story that focuses on like Jill Valentine or Leon and stuff like that? Of course, I'd like to see that happen eventually. But maybe they're also just starting at like a slow point here to try and build before they get too excited and try to bring in like the other characters and whatnot. So at least
but you saw the trailer and you were like, oh, I'm in.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I think Krager knows how to. I mean, it was funny because people were showing like Barbarian and Weapons, and then now this. He likes to show a dark, slightly illuminated front door of a house.
Yeah.
So people like show like all three movies. He has like the front door of a house that's not illuminated all that much, but it's like that's like his signature that he's kind of putting out there, is like he likes to show, but there's something very eerie about all three shots. It's like, oh yeah. It's like he likes to show that front door. You got the one light that is just like illuminating the porch, and then you got the door. But of course, the Resident Evil one gets even creepier because literally like hands and legs start fucking just like.
That's cool though.
Yeah, so cool. And then of course, I just love that ending scene where Austin, the main character, is just running through and fucking bodies are just slamming into cars as he's doing it. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, because there was mention that, this is like, again, going back to the whole, hey, this is like Fury Road. He's going to A to point B, and it's just madness in between. I'm like, thank you. That's all I need. Give me something like that. And then, but I was even like, when I watched it for the first time and I did my reaction, I'm like going, man, some of these shots look really good. And then we're finding out, oh yeah, a lot of it was shot for IMAX. And I was like, oh, this is going to be in IMAX. That's pretty sweet. So, yeah, I mean, a lot of these shots were just, they look good, and fuck all the Resident Evil like fans out there like, it doesn't snow in Raccoon City. Shut up. It's fine. I know we keep on mentioning that. I mean, that was such a thing I kept on seeing ever since the CinemaCon description. When they said it was snowing, man, I was like seeing where people were like, it doesn't snow in Raccoon City. It's like, this doesn't take, we don't even see him like really in the city until that last part where he's running through. And I was like, it seems like he's up in the mountains at first, and then he probably makes his way down to the city. I don't know.
Okay, so the details that I got from discussing film is it takes place in Raccoon City during the events of Resident Evil 2, the original game. Yeah. It's filmed from the POV of a normal guy, but even have the first-person shooter action with the wide lens shots over his shoulder. I think that's clever. That's good.
That's cool.
As long as they don't, as long as they don't do it too much, but they can put you in that sense. And of course, there's going to be many Easter eggs from the games, including weapons progression and creature mechanics. So I mean,
Krager, he's expressed how much he loves the game, and he wanted to put as much love to the game, but he did not want to retell the story that you can already have in the game. That's what like he's emphasized, and that's what diehard Resident Evil fans need to take in. It's like you already know, you already have played the game, you know those characters and stuff like that. So why do you want to see that again?
Yeah.
And being adapted, you know, because the graphics are so good now, where you like, why do you need that? You know,
they want to see a recreation of what they already love, which I understand to a degree.
Yeah,
but,
I guess, but
I mean, but like I said, they want to start small. They want to not invest in those main characters just yet. I think they just want to see if they can even get the franchise off the ground without I guess necessarily like redoing kind of what Paul W.S. Anderson did for years. You know, I mean, I've heard those films are hilarious and stuff, but if you're a Resident Evil fan, yeah, it's just. Yeah.
I mean, it's like, you know, put your wife as a star. She's hot and she's badass. I mean, let's face it, Mila Jovovich, she's badass. She knows how to do.
Yeah.
She knows. She has aura. She knows how to fucking shoot a gun. She knows how to kick ass, and she's gorgeous doing it. And it's like you enjoy those films because they're B-roll as fuck. But you know, it's stylized. I mean, Paul W.S. Anderson, I always said he's such a B-roll. Somehow he got theatrical releases for B-roll movies. I don't know how he did it, but somehow he did it. I think it's just because he put his wife in everything, you know, since the first Resident Evil. But Mr. Perez, you got to take off. I know.
Yes, enjoy. Everyone capitalize on Free Comic Book Day tomorrow. That's why I'm getting up early. I'm meeting up with family. We're very excited. We're making it a thing. So guys, capitalize, support the comic book industry. It in turn supports the movie industry and allows artists to do bigger things. It allows the industry to do more creative things. So, you know, support storytelling. Dave, thank you for the invite. My friends, always a pleasure speaking with you guys. Check me out, Movie Talk Now on YouTube, or just find me on X and you can see everything from there. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Cheers, dude.
All right, take care.
All right, Ronan, I know you got to take off too, man.
Yeah, man. Got some stuff to work out tomorrow.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can follow me at Ronan Jane on YouTube, on all the socials. This Monday, it's May the 4th, so we're going to be doing a lot of stuff between finishing Maul Shadowlord coverage and then starting to go full on with Mandalorian Grogu stuff. And then towards the end of the month, we got the Punisher special and Spider Noir. The next few things I'm probably going to be covering on the channel.
All right, cool.
I like it. All right, cool, man. Thank you for joining.
Brother.
Appreciate you.
Good night, muchachos. Take care of yourselves.
Take it easy. All right. So that's cool. Yeah, I think we're all pretty much on board. I think Krager has done a good job of, you know, it's so funny because I had no idea who this guy was. And then somebody mentioned like, oh yeah, he comes from comedy. And I was like, oh, he comes from sketch comedy. And then he was in that series that was on TBS called Stranded or whatever. People crash on a, you know, desert island. And he was like one of the guys. And I remember he had one of the funniest lines in the pilot episode when he's like, yeah, we gotta figure out what we're doing here, and goddamn, it feels like a hot fart is hitting my face because it was so humid in the, you know. And I was like, he had that line, and the way he said it, I just like laughed. I was like, I was like, holy shit! I was like, that's Zach Krager who said the hot fart line. I was like, that guy. I forgot what the series is called, but I was like, holy shit! I didn't know that was the guy. That I'm like, after watching Barbarian, I went, wait, that guy made that? Oh, that's cool. Yeah. And then, of course, Weapons, I was like, oh, fuck, that movie's amazing. You know, it's like, geez. So he's creative.
Oh, no, for sure. I remember back in like 2009, 2010, I think it's 2009. But like, you know, I was such a huge Whitest Kids You Know fan.
Yeah. I went back and watched some of those sketches too. And I'm like, wow. Wow.
They pop up for me all the time on my like YouTube algorithm. I think you can get the whole, either I own it or I know you can buy like the whole collection of their skits on DVD or Blu-ray by now. But but like when that show wrapped up, you know, I'll be honest with you, like I didn't expect to see a lot of those guys like pop up again, really, except maybe for like Trevor Moore, because I know he got another show on like on Comedy Central, like High in Church or something like that, and he was still doing a bunch of skits and whatnot. But I always considered like Zach, and by extension Sam, kind of like, you know, the second and third man of that show, kind of like, you know, And then, you know, you had Trevor and Timmy, who were kind of like, you know, they were the character actors. They were always just getting put in like drag or something for like, you know, laughs or whatnot. But I loved all of them. I thought they were all terrific in the show. But yeah, like I remember I was such a big fan of the group that I even went to go see. They did that movie called Miss March, which was like,
oh yeah. I didn't see that, but I want to see
Yeah.
it. Yeah, but I remember somebody posting about that. Yeah.
Yeah, it was rough. It was a hard comedy to watch. It was still, it was like, I don't know, because I mean, I consider Trevor and Zach to be much more obviously creative or funnier than that. But the script and the movie came off like, it almost feels like it was a satire of that time, but it was like the last kind of like embers or ashes of the, you know, the early 2000s, like gross out, you know, bro comedies.
It looks like it's like that. Yeah. I've only seen the cover and I'm like, yeah, that looks like an American Pie type of style movie kind of thing.
Yeah. But it's almost, I mean, I wouldn't put it on the same level, but it's almost like a level of like a Freddy Got Fingered kind of like, it's so bad it could be good maybe, and if you're looking at it from that perspective, but it feels like Trevor is much smarter than that to have written that. Maybe I forget, because I know Zach has made fun of that movie repeatedly, and that's not against Trevor or anything either. Like I know Trevor wasn't a huge fan of the movie performance or how the movie came out either, and I think because all of them were very good friends in the group. Once, you know, even when the skits ended and stuff, they would still do like group chats and stuff, and they would post them on, you know, from their Zoom chats and everything. Because I think at the time too, before Zach's career really blew up, there was a brief time before Trevor died where they were actually thinking of reestablishing the group. I think either going on tour or they were going to start a new show. I don't remember which one, maybe both. Then of course Trevor passed, and of course, you know, like Weapons is a reflection on that. That was Zach writing that for many different reasons, but one of them was helping him to get over Trevor's death. So clearly they were very close and very good friends and stuff like that. But
yeah, that was pretty sad.
Yeah, but no, I'm really happy for Zach. I'm happy for his success. I'm just surprised the movie's already basically, I think it's already been done. I thought it was going to be another year before the Resident Evil movie came out.
No, it's coming out September. I mean, it's ready to go. I mean, and he even said that if he wasn't going to get the IP for it, he would have just repurposed it to be its own little zombie movie.
Yeah,
like he wasn't sure if he was going to be able to attach the IP to it, and they gave him the IP to do it. So it was like one of those things where it's like he just shot a shot. You know, he wasn't sure, like, you know, if they were going to be okay with it, but apparently they liked the script and they said, here you go, just go for it, you know? And so but I mean, it seems like he put, you know, put amount of effort into it, and it shows too. When you see, I mean, how much more can you do, you know, to this kind of genre and what you can do. And that's why I like it when I see filmmakers like him, when I see filmmakers like Osgood Perkins, who's like, you know, just making these movies so quickly too. They're like almost like every year they're making a movie, you know. I mean these both of them are like kind of my favorite when it comes to horror and thrill. I still haven't seen Keeper from Osgood Perkins, which was like his latest movie that came out at the end of last year. I still got to watch that, but I liked Long Legs and The Monkey. Yeah.
I haven't seen any of his stuff yet.
You should watch his
The Monkey's
stuff.
fun.
The Monkey is insane.
I've heard The Monkey is very funny, and I've heard Long Legs is very good. I haven't seen either. My friends are recommending me to see Long Legs. I mean, the horror genre right now, especially, is like if you do it well and you do it for a low enough budget. I mean, you know, Hollywood is all about returns at the end of the day, and the horror genre can be run into the fucking ground, that's for sure. But if you give a good director a good enough budget, and you know, they can make back, I mean, if they can make back, you know, millions from only investing, you know, if you can invest 20 to 40 million into a movie and it makes back 200 million, you know, you're good. You're good to go. So yeah, so for studio executives, I mean, not targeting necessarily Blumhouse, but like that's one crazy example. But But when you can do this kind of stuff, or do a barbarian, or do a weapons, or do long legs, like great, like let's do it. I'm still anticipating. Do we have any word on Jordan Peele's next picture? Because I think he's still
it's still very up in the air. We haven't heard anything. I know they kept pushing like the date. I'm not sure, but I mean, like, no matter what Jordan Peele does, I'm there, because I was there for Get Out,
Mm-hmm.
right? Yeah,
it was there. Get Out, Us, and then Nope.
And then Nope was my favorite, because I just love the alien concept and the way that all came about, and I just really like that concept. So I'm like, come on, man, what do you got next?
Yeah.
What do you got next? And I mean, even going to the comic book genre, and you weren't here last week, but even the Clayface. What did you think of the Clayface trailer?
So the Clayface trailer, I was actually very surprised by, because like, as you guys probably know by now, I know I've talked to Phil about it on the side more than anything at this point. Like, my investment in the DCU is very minimal, if any. Like, I don't really care.
That's why I was kind of wondering how you felt about this, because it's so different.
Well, I'm a huge fan of, obviously, Batman the Animated Series. I'm a big fan of the Clayface stuff, or at least like his beginnings and everything. I always felt Clayface within the animated series anyway. Like, not that he was ever a bad character, but like, they really hit it out of the park with Feet of Clay. Yeah. And then every time they bring back Clayface, it was never like, he never had like a really bad episode or anything like that. I just always felt that it was kind of like diminishing returns, though there is a really, really messed up, I won't go into it too much, but there's a really messed up episode in the new Batman Adventures, which features Clayface. Yeah.
Yes, where he creates a little girl. When he creates a little girl,
well, and I didn't want to spoil it for anyone that hasn't
I know,
seen
I did.
it.
I spoiled it, but but it's been out for 30 years, so
I know. So yeah. But that being said, yeah, no, I mean, well, there's very few bad episodes in the DC animated universe. At least that particular continuity, it's pretty crazy. But yeah, Feet of Clay. So obviously they're taking a lot from that. They're utilizing that and stuff. But looking at the trailer, I was unsure. Like, I feel like it was supposed to be a Matt Reeves universe production, because that's what it felt like. And I'm like, there's no way this is the DCU, but apparently it is. And apparently,
well, I mean, the thing is that Matt Reeves would, he's more of a grounded approach. He would not probably have like this kind of Clayface. He would probably have the more Basil Carlo version.
Yeah. So there's different Clayfaces, I guess.
Yeah. This is like a combination, just like what they did with the animated series, because Matt Hagen, in the comic books, wasn't the actor. Basil Carlo.
Yeah.
I would say Baslo, because Basil Carlo, like, he was the actor. So they kind of combined, but I mean, it was just kind of like they did that in the animated series, and then Mike Flanagan has always wanted to do that. I mean, I still remember he tweeted out in 2021. This is like fucking 5 years ago. He tweeted out like Mike Flanagan was like, "I always want to do a Clayface movie," and it was like, I remember retweeting it, going like, "Hey, you have Mike Flanagan, who is like killing it when it comes to like his Netflix series and Dr. Sleep and Hello." And then he finally got his chance. And that's why, I mean, even Gunn said, we needed content, obviously, because they're starting the universe. And when he pitched it, it was like, holy shit. So yes, when people go, oh my God, this doesn't feel like it fits in the DCU. It's like, yeah, even Gunn is like said, it's very own thing. Yes, it has connective tissue. It connects to our universe, but it's its very own thing. It's a horror movie. It's not superhero. It's not this. It's a horror movie within the universe.
No. Just to clarify, because I did not watch the show, but I guess there's a Clayface that's in Creature Commandos.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So it's the same one. It's the
same one. Same one.
Yeah, okay. It's just this comes before, obviously, because the origin story.
It's a prequel. Yeah, origins.
Yeah. Like in Creature Commandos, he just takes on Rick Flag Sr. and they have a fight scene, and it almost looks like Clayface gets killed. Rick Flag Sr. gets his back broken, and that's about it. But like some people were like going, "Did Clayface die?" It's like Clayface, come on. Even when you watch like the when you watch the end of Feet of Clay Part 2, you almost think he dies then. And like even like they at the end of the episode, they pull him out of the freezer, like on the drawer, like he's lying there.
Yeah.
And even Batman's like talking to Alfred because he's looking at, like a sample of the clay, and he's zapping it and it's all shifting and stuff like that. And then he tells Alfred, he's like, I don't even think that Clayface died. I think he just he just put a shell out. And sure enough, like the shell crumbles. And then outside you see like his assistant go, goodbye, Matt. And then there's like this woman who's right there, and then she starts laughing, and then the eyes turn brown, and it's like, oh, that's him. And yeah, like Clayface never dies, guys. Come on, what are we talking about?
So actually, one of my biggest memories of Batman the Animated Series dealing with Clayface, I think it's like the in between. There's like an in between episode. It's very controversial actually, because Batman, at least in this universe or this iteration of him, I mean, he gets more. I feel that this Bruce and Batman, if you watch all of the animated series in the timeline, you notice that he gets more distrusting and more cold as he goes along and the older he gets, right? Yeah. But original Batman animated series, I think it was like the second or third time Matt Hagen had been brought back. And it was a very controversial episode because basically this woman who had fallen in love with him through his movies was keeping him and trying to help him. Yes. And they had gotten these like they had basically stolen these like government isotopes or something like that because it was the only thing that could, it could restore Matt to what he was.
Yeah. They basically like they could put like this, like kind of like almost like a plastic film over him where he could be like looking like a actual human where like it would just keep everything at bay, where like it would be like, yeah.
But the isotopes were going to make it permanent or help him keep a more human shape, which he wanted to do.
Yeah.
And the controversy comes about because, like, obviously they stole from like the government or they stole some product. I forget the smaller details, but basically Matt gets like this close to getting back his form, and then Batman at the last second comes in and destroys the experiment.
Yes.
And totally I was like, what happened to helping these people? Because like they go out of their way to show that Batman doesn't want to hurt like Harley Quinn. Sometimes, like he wants her to get rehabilitated. He wants these characters to reform.
Yeah, I think it was more like because it was unethical the way that everything was being. I can't remember the details of the episode, but I know what episode you're talking about. I forgot what the episode's titled, but I think there was like a reason because it was just something that was unethical about it or something like that. I don't know, but I see what you're saying. I think like when it comes to Batman the Animated Series, it's not it's perfect in the way that it was something like, oh wow. I mean, like everybody talks about it. I mean, even Rob Liefeld recently said like, somebody were like doing a Q&A. I mean, I know I'm not a big Robert Liefeld fan. He blocked me on Twitter a long time ago. But creator of Deadpool. I mean, somebody asked him what's a better animated series, Invincible or Batman the Animated Series, and he said Batman the Animated Series, and I was like, good for you. But it's just one of those series that we hold in regard of a lot. But when Scott and I went back and dove into a lot of those episodes, now older and rewatching them, there's some stinkers in there. Yeah. There's some questionable things when you go,
It's a 9.8 out of 10. Yeah, it's like it's basically perfect, but there's a few of them that are they can't all be winners. But like when you look at the entire DC animated universe, like all of Batman, all of Superman, all of Justice League Unlimited, all of Batman Beyond, and I guess you can even count Static because technically that is the same continuity, though it's slightly different people making the show behind the scenes. I mean, the fact that there's only like maybe, and I'm being generous here, like maybe 10 to 12 episodes over all of those shows of just like meh or bad episodes out of all of that entire run, that's pretty good in comparison to a lot of shows these days.
And it's funny too, because on DC Fanimated, we started watching, we got to the part where we're getting into Static Shock. Scott and I have not watched Static Shock. We never did. We never got into it. So watching it now as 40-year-old men, it's kind of interesting because it is very Saturday morning cartoon.
Oh yeah.
Like it is. We were going like, oh wow, this is so Saturday. And this is like very light, very just like you learn a lesson. It's not like we're not enjoying it. We're enjoying it. We're like, okay, this is it. And then of course Scott, dug deep into like, well, here's how the comic book of Static Shock is compared to this.
Yeah.
So like the first episode that we watched, he did a whole explanation of how this is, this part right here when it comes to the whole bang thing and the bang babies as they call them and stuff like that, where the whole mutant little or whatever the gas that changes everybody. How it all comes to be. It's darker than it is, of course, right here. And I'm like, yeah, but it's very Saturday morning cartoon for sure. But
yeah, I didn't love the show in the same way that I loved Batman or Superman, obviously. Yeah. But I've always liked the Static character. And when they did like the Batman Beyond crossover, or they did the because he gets sent in the future and whatnot. And then there's also the Batman. I think they tried to incorporate as much as they could, because I know he had a crossover with Batman and then the Batman Beyond. I think he did one with Superman as well. So they were trying to incorporate it pretty well within that continuity. And then even in Justice League later on, you get to meet Future Static, and Future Static's a pretty cool dude and everything. So they tried very well to try and incorporate it and make it like, feel like it's part of the same universe and stuff. But what I found interesting about the dynamic of the show, as someone that did watch it, not in the same way or religiously in the same way that I watched the other DC Animated Universe shows, but I liked the idea that Static has like a high school bully, and the high school bully becomes one of his main nemesis because of the big the bang.
Because the Big Bang thing, yeah.
Yeah, so I thought that was interesting. I liked that aspect. But yeah, I mean, the comics are obviously much darker and a little bit more controversial and a lot harder to make kind of a Saturday morning cartoon in that sense. So, but I believe Dwayne McDuffie was heavily involved with the show, as well as the fact that he
was.
And he was also heavily involved with the Justice League show and writing a lot of those episodes. And I think even, what was it? Justice League Crisis on Two Earths, which is a separate continuity, was supposed to be an episode of Justice League, but then got retooled to be that movie and stuff. Written by Dwayne. So, I mean, Dwayne was just a fan, man. He was a fan of DC. He was a fan of superheroes. And the Milestone Initiative was one of those premiere moments in comic books and stuff like that. I owned the first appearance of Static, and I've only just now been going through a lot of, because they've repurposed and they've been doing compendiums now of the Milestone stuff, where it's like Static, Hardware, a whole bunch of different things. So it's been pretty fun to go through all that.
For sure. Yeah. I know. And so going back to, I'm glad you enjoyed the Clayface trailer, because I mean, that's something different. It's something I think like, even like people who are not like big on the DCU are kind of going like, oh yeah, well look at that, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously there's lanterns, which I think people are kind of like, there's some people who are like, hey, this could be something unique and different. Hopefully, we were talking about that before this, the fact that all we've seen is like the first episode of footage. And I'm like, there are still 8 episodes that we, the whole thing is 8 episodes, 8 hours.
Mm-hmm.
We've only seen so little footage, and it seems like they're trying their best to just like, hey, let's just kind of like keep things unwrapped until I think once like we get to July, they're gonna start, hey, here's some more stuff, and then we're gonna see some shit. We're like, oh my god, constructs, and shit. You're like, whoa,
I hope shit. I hope they do, because I know they're trying to keep it under wraps. I know they're also doing a lot of effects works, like on the side, and trying to make it look good.
Yeah, they want to make sure like when we see a VFX, it looks good,
Right.
That's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm thinking too. Yeah.
I mean, look, I'm a little mixed on Lindelof, but I have friends that love the Leftovers TV show, which I have never watched, but I heard is supposed to be pretty good. I went in with no real expectations on the Watchmen TV show. I went in not knowing a lot. I thought originally he was going to just retool the original story with like new characters and stuff. I didn't realize that it was an actual sequel to the book.
Yeah, it was a sequel story. Yeah, crazy.
Right. Basically his version of Doomsday Clock, but like better. And
much better.
Yes, Phil, we know.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I went in with limited expectations. I didn't know what to expect with the show. And honestly, I really, really enjoyed it. And I could tell that Lindelof was a big fan of the original book. And I thought what Lindelof accomplished with both the cast and the writing, I thought was really inventive. I really, really appreciated that show. And so when I heard he was doing a Lantern show, I was like, all right, well, let's see what he got. And then, like, you know, this also, I guess, is in the DCU because I guess Guy Gardner is going to show up in it at some point. And because it's more of an adult show, we're going to get to see more of that. But I mean, when I watched the trailer, I had mixed feelings. I'm like Phil. I try to look at every interpretation of these characters and these properties as Elseworlds properties, that they're going to take liberties with certain things. You know, I try not to over critique or over criticize. I just try to give my first impressions on these things. But the first time I saw the trailer, I didn't mind it because I've always been kind of a fan of a more grounded, you know, take on sometimes superheroes and stuff like that. But then, like, I let this trailer sit with me for a bit, and I was reading like some fan complaints or just certain things that Hal says in the trailer, and it's like, yeah, I don't know if Hal would say that from the books. I guess that's fair. So I don't know. I'm kind of mixed because obviously we're not seeing like the whole show. It's going to be a little bit like, you know, different. It's going to, you know, hopefully. I mean, I really hope that we don't just get the uniforms and the special powers like in like the last half of the last episode, and then hey, we're starting off and we're going off into the stars or something. Like, I hope they kind of just get to that stuff like maybe halfway through or something like that, as opposed to the last second. I know obviously they're trying to reinterpret hard traveling heroes, things like that. But yeah, I also really, really hope that they just don't kill off like Hal Jordan to make way for Jon Stewart to do stuff. You know, it's not that I don't love Jon Stewart.
I think a lot of us are kind of worried that they are.
Yeah. I mean, again, like, I love Jon Stewart, and I'm not saying he shouldn't get his spotlight, but the whole point of the Green Lantern in the books and in a lot of the media is that you can have a favorite Green Lantern. I know friends that like Guy Gardner. I don't know why, but they do, you know, but like, I have friends that love Hal Jordan. I have friends that love Jon Stewart. The fact that the Green Lanterns in the books, there's so much diversity between the aliens, between the humans on Earth. It's a wide-reaching franchise that you can do multiple different things with. Even like the newer ones, like Jessica Cruz and
Simon Baz.
Yeah, Simon Baz. Like, he's interesting. I mean, each one of them has kind of a different take on the Lantern Corps because the Ring chooses them for different reasons, all because of their will. But they show it in different ways. They do different things with it. So it's like it's really intriguing as far as the books go with what they can they can do. But yeah, like, I understand fans' complaints when, like, you know.
No, I get it. Yeah.
No, but I mean, like,
green, no green.
Oh yeah, no. I wasn't going to mention the green because I mean that's just kind of like obvious things are obvious, and like now they've only just now shown some more green. It's like, okay, good job, everybody, good job, you know. But like, no, I mean, Hal talking about like the squirrel.
Yeah. Chip.
Yeah. Like, here's the thing. It's kind of a throwaway line, but then someone kind of made a point. They're like, you know, here's the thing. Like, yeah, it's funny, but like, no, Hal trained with the squirrel. Like, he wouldn't call him a squirrel. He'd call him Chip. Like, he would have more respect because that squirrel went through the same fucking regime training that he did. So it's like, you got a point. So I don't know. I'm going again, kind of like with Watchmen. I'm going with limited expectations. I'm not going to expect the world from this. Show.
Again, you got to start looking at it like what we've been talking about. You got to start looking at the lens as they're trying to appease to a general audience of like, hey, you know, there's the comic book, even like the Resident Evil movie. It's like you can't just appease the hardcore fans that know this stuff. It's like, hey, we're trying to do something different. And yeah, that, I mean, again, that's a whole different, like, yeah, that's different in a way because it's not the same characters as you would find in the game. It just takes place in the world. But when it comes to this, it's like, yeah, it's the characters, but we have to remember, and William always says, like, hey, you can't just like go, hey, this has to be 100% to appease the fans, the comic book fans that already know this. No, you have to introduce these characters to an audience that has no idea. Also, you have to have that a little bit. It's not like you have to go a lot because sometimes you can overshoot and be too much with that. And then you start fucking up, what makes these characters how they are. But I think like there's a little bit of that too in there. So
there's definitely a fine line. I think there's fan expectations, what they want, and then general audience, and you have to kind of make a good balance. You have to kind of figure out like what's the best approach and stuff like that. I mean, have I talked to you guys at all about my thoughts on like people talking about being comic book accurate and that whole thing, and like how like the comic book medium to me, both comic books and the outside media it influences, is sort of like an Ori Borealis effect, basically?
No, I don't think so. Go ahead.
Okay. No,
maybe you have. I don't know.
I might have said it to Phil. I don't know.
Yeah.
Actually, yes, I recall a conversation. Yes.
Yeah. Well, no, and again, like I understand what fans mean when they're trying to say it's got to be comic book accurate. What they're really saying is you got to be true to like the text. You got to be like, what makes this character interesting. Like if you're gonna do Hal Jordan, stick to him being like a womanizer, afraid of commitment, but also like, the guy you want in your corner, the guy who's gonna like push the limits, the guy who's gonna like risk his life, like for the, for anybody basically, if it's the right thing to do, that those kind of things. But the further on I've gone with comic books, just comic books, and then looking at the media that surrounds it, which its influence, which has been almost like there from the very start. I mean, if we're going as far back as Superman was such a large and huge character. By the time, I mean, he came out in what, 1938, and by the time it was like 1945, he had already had an animated serials, live action serials, a radio show. I mean, multiple different iterations of him outside of the books. And this is important because things that we know to be like pure Superman lore, like things that are consistent throughout all versions of him. Some of them came from other iterations of the character, not from the books. So like flight, Superman flying comes from the Fleischer cartoons in the 40s, because the Fleischer people came to whatever was DC Comics at that time, and they said, listen, I know he's known for jumping and leaping and all that stuff.
We want him to fly. That's not enough. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, if he
Some people don't even know that he didn't start off flying,
Yeah, he was like the Hulk. He would just jump all the time.
Just jump, yeah.
But the Fleischer cartoons were like, look, if we make him fly and we animate him flying, it's going to save us so much money down the line. So just let him fly. And they were like, yeah. Like, because at that time he had been around for maybe like 2 or 3 years. So they were like, fuck it. Like, who cares? Like, let's him. And then they incorporated it into the books. Kryptonite came from the Superman radio show. Like, Kryptonite did not exist in the books. And so, because they needed to have something that would cause him to, have a problem every like episode, basically. So with Batman, Batgirl, as far as I know, existed in 66 first, in Batman 66, and then they incorporated her later into the books, to the best of my knowledge. Like, just simple things like that. Alfred, no, actually, hold on. Alfred, Alfred, I think, started as a more goofy character. And then I think other iterations of him outside of the comics took him a lot more seriously, to the point now he's like an adopted father of Bruce, essentially. So certain aspects of the comic books only make so much sense to a certain point. Mr. Freeze was Mr. Zero until the 1992 episode of Heart of Ice. They recontextualized Mr. Freeze from the ground up, and now that's his go-to, and he became he became one of Batman's like great villains and like complete tragedy of a character.
Well,
you know?
I mean, yeah, even Harley Quinn, she got introduced in the animated series, and she wasn't, and then now all of a sudden she's like one of the most popular characters of
right. And here's the thing too, is like Harley, and to me is an established part of Batman lore, for better or worse. I love the Harley character, depending on what iteration we're talking about. But like, I think she's a great character. But there are some diehards that don't like her. They never liked her. They always want Joker to do Joker things. You know, I find it more fascinating because now they've invented Punchline, who is almost kind of an anti-Harley, because Harley loves Joker for Joker in the sense of like the man behind the makeup or behind the bleached skin. She wants to know the real guy. She wants to get to like know him. She's never going to. That's the sad tragedy of that relationship for her. Punchline, on the other hand, doesn't give a fuck. She likes Joker, and she wants all of the horrible things of Joker and establishing that and making everything worse. Like that's her, that she gets off on it, basically. So it's like, you know, I find it more fun to just kind of keep going with that. But anyway, what I'm trying to get at is like, when people go on about being comic book accurate, I don't know if that, I know what they mean when they say it, but I don't think that saying something has to be comic book accurate is a full, like, you know, informed thing to say. Because the comic books, the mediums outside of the comics that are influenced by the comics have such a large impact, it goes back into the books sometimes. Sometimes even for worse, because I know Marvel Comics right now is dealing with a lot of synergy issues, and it's causing a lot of problems because a character might be a certain way, and then the movies get popular, and they might change the character now to kind of match the movie a little bit better, but people who like the old comic don't want that, and so there's like this, like, you know, kind of clashing about that.
There's always going to be somebody who doesn't like something. I mean, it's you know, it's that's the difficult process of trying to adapt, especially in live action. And so when we always, I mean, I see it every day on, you know, on Twitter, on my timeline, is like, what's comic accurate, what's not. Zach didn't do comic accurate. James is not doing comic accurate. And I'm like going, well, they're not supposed to do, you know, they're supposed to introduce new concepts to the character. If they just did what, you know, what came before, I mean, it's just not going to fully work. I mean, look at Superman Returns. That was just like, hey, we're doing what Donner did. And we're adding a 2000 flavor to it, sure, but at the same time, you're just doing another Donner Superman. And I think, you're introduced like, oh yeah, Superman has a kid. It's his kid. Look at the piano. And I still remember sitting in that theater and this couple next to me, and the dude turns to his wife or girlfriend, whatever the hell. And he just looked at her like, yeah, fuck the fanboys. He was all happy, like, oh yeah, they gave Superman a kid. Look at the Superman. And I was like, and I remember just like seeing that. I was like, oh shit. I'm like, this would probably piss off some of the diehard fans. But at the same time, it was like, but for the most part, this whole movie was just a reskinned Donner, you know? So that's why like when Zach came along and did Man of Steel, I was like, no, let's do it like this. And as much as he was like pulling from certain, you know, comic book lore, he was still very much making his own thing because he was adapting it to live action. And his job was, because originally Warner Brothers wanted to have Christopher Nolan to do it because of what he did to Batman, which was a totally different, like, hey, a reimagining. This is like, you know, this is this kind of Batman. We're not going to do a campy, fantastical Batman. Let's ground him. That was obviously widely successful. And then they're like, hey, can you do that to Superman? He's like, no, but what about the Watchmen guy? You know, and it's like, so he pulls him in, and Zach does that very thing of like, hey, how would Superman be in modern day? Let's not just have Superman just already exist, and let's not do what came before. And of course, that was naturally met with, this not my Superman, what the fuck? You know, it's like, so, well, I mean, that's what we got to consider when it even comes to lanterns or Clayface and, you know, stuff.
Everyone's interpretation of I mean, more so with DC than Marvel, I feel.
Yeah.
We've had many discussions. We've had many discussions about this here on the stream. I know I've talked to Phil about it, but DC is much more mythological. I actually really I mean, I think comics, I think, lean a little bit more, are allowed to be a lot more experimental than films, for sure. I mean, the Absolute Universe has been very experimental, and they've been really killing it because they're just kind of taking what we know to be true about these characters, breaking them down to their essence, this deconstruction of them, and then rebuilding them back up through the books. And it's been really, really fascinating to watch that happen in real time and see how fans have taken it and really embraced it as this like fresh new, a lot of it being fresh new takes, especially Batman, especially Wonder Woman, and especially Martian Manhunter. Those are like the breakouts. I mean, Superman's a little bit more difficult, I think. I know Phil's been enjoying the run. I haven't really read any of Absolute Superman except for like the first issue. But it's an interesting take. It's an interesting way of going about it in terms of how Superman exists in that universe. But listen, I found Man of Steel to be a very, very fresh take, as you guys know, as I'm a huge fan. And I think Chris Nolan was...
we all.
Yeah. Chris Nolan was smart enough to know his limits because Chris Nolan is a very grounded filmmaker. And he knew that if you were to do a Superman story, which he could produce and he could help write or, work on the story. But for the most part, he was like, in terms of me filmmaking, I can't do it because I can't film the fantastical. He's like, I want everything to be too grounded, and Superman's a fantastical character. But he's like, the Watchmen guy gets it because Watchmen is very much high fantasy. It's a living, breathing comic book, but it's all about these real issues and these real problems and the way that these characters are kind of broken and, human. And like and so I think taking that to Superman was a very interesting risk and a gamble, and I think it paid off. But that's up to everyone else's interpretation. The reason why Phil and I have such a hard time with Superman 2025, and again, James is welcome to do his interpretation as well. But why we had issue with it a lot is I think Gunn, in his own way, relies too much, kind of the same way Superman Returns does. It relies too much, I think, on the Donner-esque era of Superman. Now, granted, Gunn adds a lot more comic booky stuff to kind of outbalance it a little bit and kind of throw in more distractions and sort of like, doesn't just do Donner. He does all of this other wacky stuff around it and tries to, show us it. Yeah, to justify why it is the way it is. But
case in point, the fucking hypno glasses.
Oh yeah, that's the big thing that's been coming around. Well, the thing about the hypno glasses is the fact that it's like, no matter what, I mean, that was always going to be a thing in 2026. No matter what, that was going to be. I mean, it was funny when I talked about this on Film Junkie Live on Monday. I mean, there was even people that were like, Superman has the worst disguise as Clark Kent. And yeah, for the most part, we always just like ignored, like, hey, that's just Clark Kent. It's whatever. And, there's now, like, when it comes to 2026, people are going to be like, okay, there's only so much you could do. So that's why. And then Gunn was like, fuck it. This was in the comic books when they did this one time, Spellbinder.
Yeah.
Hypno glasses. So now it actually does like this whole thing. Now,
here's my problem with that, though. I have a major problem with that, and it falls solely, and I'm not saying you're saying it, but I'm just saying, like, I've had this thrown in my face for the last week. It's in the fucking comic book. It's in the fucking comic book. Well, okay. I'm all about show. Don't tell. It's a line of dialogue in the movie where Guy Gardner goes, you know about the hypno glasses? I'm like, that's great. Tell me about the hypno glasses. That's all fine and dandy. Show me how it fucking works. And also,
I'm kind of wondering if in Man of Tomorrow he's going to actually show.
Right. And so not only that, like, how the fuck does this even work to begin with? Because as far as I know, there's no modern technology that can actually do that. So it's got to be something from Krypton. And that's just it. I have the biggest problem with this movie because I can't find anything tangible in it. Yes, I know it's a comic book movie. I'm not supposed to take it seriously. Here's my fucking problem. I have seen comic book movies take the medium seriously and tangible and make it feel real and authentic. And then I'm presented with this movie and I'm relocated back to my childhood, rewatching a fucking reskin of Batman and Robin under a Superman moniker.
Yeah. I'm more with Phil in the sense of like, I mean, Dave, when we did the whole thing last summer talking about it, I tried to be positive, but for the most part, like, I think I told you, one of my favorite movies of all time is Who Framed Roger Rabbit. That is a ridiculous, crazy movie about real world and cartoon characters. I found that movie more grounded than Superman 2025 because there was rules that are established and things feel grounded and connected. And even though there's cartoon logic involved, it makes sense within the world. It's hard to explain. It's like, don't get me wrong. On the other hand, Grant Morrison has this great quote about, there's some things you don't need to think about. You don't need to think about who's filling the tires in the Batmobile. It's just a comic. You got to let it go. And I think to a degree, I think Gunn thinks that way when he's making a movie. And I think I understand why he does it the way he does. But at the same time, it's like, I think the movie got away from it.
I think like when it comes to the glasses thing, it's like I mean nobody cared before, like when it came to the Reeve stuff, like especially Luthor being like, oh yeah, he didn't know then, and then there's other versions where he didn't know, and then I even brought up the point, I'm like, I mean, it's like I even said like, well, it's like either you address it or you ignore it, and I think
when
it came to Zack, he just decided, we're just going to ignore it, because then I'm going like, I mean, if you see Clark Kent, that Henry Cavill Clark Kent in Daily Planet, you think that nobody was like, doesn't he look a little, it's like, even like when he dies, when Superman dies, and then you see the obituary of Clark Kent, I'm like, there's nobody looking at that fucking image of him right there and going, that looks like Superman with glasses.
I think in the future movies they were going to either it was going to be Man of Steel 2 or it was going to be a Justice League movie, because I think there was original plan where Clark Kent was going to die, Superman was just going to exist for a while, and then
I could totally like and I remember like even we had discussions about that a while ago too. It was like, so does Clark Kent ever come back? And I don't think Zack originally wanted him to do that. I think that shot when we see in the Snyder Cut where he looks up and then he senses something and then he of course does the whole shirt rip, that was not originally Zack's plan. He did not want to do that. He was just like all about like, hey, Superman's back, we're gonna keep Clark dead, but it was at the behest of the studio. But at the same time, is like Zack was like, hey, well, that is the lore of Superman, so let's do the shirt rip. Of course, when the shirt rips, he wanted to have the black suit, and which of course is what we got in the Snyder Cut. They of course did not want that. So I mean, like it's like one of those things where it's like I think Zack was like very much not wanting Clark to ever come back and do all that. But anyways, what were you gonna say?
Well, I was gonna say like, the fact that he decided to have the scene in there, the fact that he inserted it back, I think says a lot. So maybe Clark, I mean, they can explain it away. I mean, you can literally just have Martian Manhunter exist within that universe. You can have Martian Manhunter either pretend to be Superman or be Clark, have them next to each other. Look, I mean, I've been told I look like Paul Rudd or Ben Stiller or, Adam Levine. Clearly I'm not those guys. I assume in whether it's Zack's world or James Gunn's world, like Clark probably gets, hey, you look like Superman a little bit, but it's more of like, you look like this big celebrity. Isn't that funny or something like that? Look,
I mean, even in Superman Returns, they kind of made fun of that, where like James Marsden's character was like, hey, Lois, you ever thought Clark, kind of looks like, they kind of do that whole thing. I don't know. I mean, it all just comes from the concept that was created in 1937 of, hey, how does this alien, this super being disguise himself to fit amongst people? He puts on a pair of glasses and a suit. But the sad fact of the matter is, like, people, general audience people go, that's not good enough, because most heroes wear a mask. They wear a mask. That's why it's like you're not gonna like find out who Batman is. Even Jimmy Kimmel did a whole bit about it. Like when
BBS, it was hilarious. No, but realistically, in my head, the way I look at it, and I mean this in any universe that the DC gets adapted into, is that like, first off, the Clark Kent thing does work in real life, because Henry Cavill literally was on the New York streets draped and had
people say that, but he wasn't a big star then. That's the thing.
I guess, like, but at the same time,
this was 10 years ago. I mean,
but Man of Steel had already come out. Like,
I know, but when people say that, I just go, yeah, but Henry Cavill was not like the big star where like people just go like, oh my god, and I'm like,
there's a few differences too. Like other celebrities will have a certain look. They change one thing about themselves and they look almost entirely different. I can believe it to a degree, But also, if you're asking about the 2025 movie, the real truth of it is, the real thing of it that Gunn has basically come out and said is that the reason why Luthor doesn't see it or doesn't know it is because he doesn't want to know it or doesn't care to know it or doesn't think it's even a thing. Basically, like
he
the
thinks
Clark
that
Kent,
he just goes back to the Fortress of Solitude. That's where he goes, and that's it.
I mean, I'm with Phil because there's enough there where Luthor, being a genius, should put it together between seeing all of the footage of Clark's life on screens, on the fact that his clone looks like Clark Kent and looks like Superman. So it's all of those things. So I like Zach's approach better because Luthor and Lois figure it out pretty quick. And I'm like, yeah, it makes sense because Lois is not an idiot and neither is Lex. And, they figure it out. And, like I said, we didn't know what the future was going to hold for Luthor and Clark. And obviously we saw what Lois, Lois and him get married pretty quick within that universe because, he's Superman. So it makes sense. But it is what it is. You just have to look at it from the perspective of the creative. But I think it's silly in terms of Superman 2025. But in Gunn's logic, in his world and how he imagines the world, it's like, oh, it's comic book logic. So I can apply it to movie logic and it shouldn't matter. That's his take essentially,
Yeah,
but
that's basically like, it's either, I don't know, it's kind of interesting because I'm kind of wondering how things will be addressed in Man of Tomorrow, since Lex Luthor and him have to work together. Does Lex eventually then go, oh shit, kind of thing? Is that going to be like something? I don't know. And then I know people were going like, oh yeah, wait a minute, Lex didn't care, but then he held a gun to that guy's head and said, who raised you? And I'm like, well, wait a minute, back it up. When he actually does say that he doesn't care, if he had his way, you'd be dead. Because Lex just wants to kill Superman, and like, he's a threat, we got to kill him. But then he even says, like, yeah, if I had my way, you'd be done, but the government has questions. So he's actually asking questions on the behest of the government.
But then at that point, wouldn't you want to figure out, if you're asking the question, who raised you as a child, that would then in turn lead to figuring out the secret. I'm going to be blunt. It just boils down to fucking mediocre writing. There, I said it.
Yeah.
And that's my opinion.
I disagree, but okay. When you break it down enough, it's just, it's just there's nothing consistent in the movie. It like a lot of things just kind of fall apart the more you look at it personally. But as I've said before, some fans are just going to look at the movie the way that they're going to look at it. They're going to see it as it's comic booky, it's fun. Don't overthink it, and then that's that. But me and Phil, we're not like that. We're going to be like, no, that doesn't work for me personally. So, but yeah, we'll see what they do. We'll see what they do with Man of Tomorrow. I'm definitely not gonna see that movie in theaters, so we'll have to wait for it on video. But I'll be on here. You guys can spoil the whole movie for me. I don't care.
I don't know if I'm honestly not sure if I'm
Phil, don't do it. Don't go. Like, enjoy your time.
I see every comic book film in theaters unless I really don't want to, like in the case of like Madam Web. But
the only reason, and again, I'm not going to Supergirl. I don't care. Like, I love Lobo. I love Jason Momoa, but I just don't care. Like, the only reason I saw Superman 2025 is because my friend Ben is a hardcore Superman fan. Even he had very low expectations, and we went into that movie, hoping for good things. He, myself, our friend Bob and his fiance, everyone hated the movie. Like, it was one of the worst experiences I had last summer.
I just watched it again with a friend of mine, and she's not super steep into comic book lore or anything like that.
Right, you were telling me,
even she was just like,
see, I hear that and I just go, that sucks. Because when I watch it with people and I'm like, they enjoy it, and I'm like, that sucks that you guys can't, but I get it, I guess. But I'm like, yeah.
But on the other hand, I had a lot of friends here in the Cape, that liked it a lot.
I like it when I can watch movies and people just go like, oh yeah, this is cool, it's fun. Like when I showed my uncle and he kept on going, man, this is unlike any other fucking Superman movie I've ever seen. And he wasn't even sure if he wanted to watch the whole thing. He ended up watching the whole thing and he enjoyed it. And it was kind of like one of those things where I was like, did he like it? Did he not? And it was like, yeah. And and then, I don't know. It's just,
and that's fine. Like I know,
I get it.
I've said at the end of the day, if the movie got like a little kid to go to the comic book store and buy a Superman comic, great. It did its job. But it's just with Phil and I, it's just not our type of movie. That's really what it is at the end of the day. So
I get it.
But again, back to.
But I mean, like going to the whole thing, like, oh, I'm not going to see Supergirl. I'm like, why not give it a chance? It's
No,
a
I mean,
different
I'll see
director.
it eventually. I'm just not going to rush out to see it in theaters. That's all.
I'm going to go see that in theaters because I like the book, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Full clarification there, everybody.
Alrighty.
Well, some people are just on the impression that I'm just this massive James Gunn hating troll, and it's like, no, that's not the case at all.
Yeah.
There are some things that I think he could do differently. There are some business decisions as far as being a CEO. I think he should definitely do differently, like stay the fuck off the internet. But that's again, just my opinion.
Yeah, he shouldn't have answered that question. But I mean, it's funny because it's like, I got a lot of this when he was like defending the whole Lex Luthor not liking that, and people were like, oh, wait a minute, I thought when directors have to defend and explain that means they're a bad director. I'm like, why are you saying that to me? I don't think that's the case. I mean, just like a week and a half ago, we had Zach go underneath like a video where somebody was shitting on the fact that how does Aquaman have tattoos when he has bulletproof skin, and then he explained it in a big long paragraph of like how Aquaman has tattoos. And I was like, there's nothing wrong with a creator. Like I look at it as passionate. It's like, hey, you didn't get it? Let me explain it to you. And we've seen that numerous times with directors or writers when they've been interviewed when like, hey, what was the concept of this or that? And it was just kind of funny because I was like, oh, wait, so he's explaining this here. And like, yeah, he didn't need to do that. But did Zach need to do it right here with like some video of like some asshole that was like going like, Aquaman, how could he have tattoos? What the fuck? But
it's a little different because we're talking about
different. I know it's
an
not
aesthetic thing. It's an aesthetic thing for Aquaman, whereas we're talking about the portrayal and writing of Lex Luthor. And in my opinion, when it comes to Zach doing that, he was pretty humble about it. When James Gunn does it, he comes off like kind of pompous and like, oh, well, actually, and it's like, dude, you're the guy saying it's a fucking comic book movie, don't take it seriously, but yet here you are dicking around with trolls on the internet. Fucking,
I don't know. Dave, if it makes you feel any better, I might check out Clayface because it looks fun.
You might.
I might.
There you go.
I mean, listen, it's not that I'm trying to do a lot of things in my life. I'm trying to dictate like, what I want to invest in my time and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Look, you guys know I'm into the Reeseverse. I'm all for that. I'm probably going to get the new Lego Batman game. That looks fucking awesome. They've even incorporated absolute Batman skin into it. So like,
I'm deeply considering getting that game too.
Yeah. I mean, like, so, I'm still a DC fan. It depends what part of DC I want to invest in. I want to invest in the comic books. I want to invest in the Matt Reeves-verse. I want to maybe go see Clayface, but I saw the Supergirl trailer. Unlike Phil, I just saw another, like, hey, we're going on an adventure. We're not ripping off Guardians of the Galaxy, but we kind of are. And I'm just like, like it just.
Yeah, I don't know. Like it just sucks because Craig Gillespie gets the shit end of the stick because he wants to do a cosmic space movie that's based on Woman of Tomorrow. Right. So then people go like, James Gunn, he's one noted. I'm like, it's not a James Gunn movie. Do you know that's another director who's actually a really good director? If you've watched his other movies, you guys aren't even thinking about that. You just think it's a James Gunn movie. And I'm like, that sucks for him, in my opinion.
If I have any gripes with the Supergirl movie, I think Krem looks like a
knockoff
of
the Krem design.
The Krem design looks like shit.
The Krem design is not great.
It looks like shit.
The Krem design sucks. Yeah.
I'm
not a fan of it here.
And as you guys know, I think it's been a while since I've read the book, and I'm probably speaking out of my ass, but was the crypto thing, was that a plot in the actual book?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So at least it's justified there. But I already am sick of crypto, so I'm just like, I'm good. Like I don't need it. Look, if it's good, it's good. And maybe I'll watch it later, this year, and I'll be like, oh, that was fine. But I'm not rushing out to the theater to go see it. Brand new day, I'm seeing day one. Like I'm going to see that probably as early as I can because I want to avoid spoilers and all that and stuff. And there will be spoilers for sure.
I think when it comes to crypto, I'm like, I don't know how I feel about this version of crypto because I look at crypto in the past, and there was an animated show with crypto where he was palling around with Ace the Bat Hound. I remember that kind of a little bit. He was also the Super Pets movie, which was fine. I don't hate it, but I think it was fine. Like it wasn't terrible. Like there were worse movies made.
It was actually
but like when it comes to crypto, I think I kind of lean with Paul, but at the same time, when it comes to Woman Tomorrow, it's like, dude, as a person who has 2 dogs and 2 cats, like I feel more for it in this movie than I did with Superman.
I get her motivation. I understand wanting to save her pet. Like I'm not against that. I just look, and you guys know, like I don't mind the character of Crypto. I've liked him in other iterations of it. I just think that Gunn's interpretation of the character is a bit silly to me because he's basing it off his own dog, who doesn't listen to him. I'm just saying it's just Crypto to me has always just been he's been a good boy. He's a good dog. He listens to Clark. He listens to Kara. He's a good and noble dog. And this dog is just like stupid. I hated the dog so much in that movie. Like he's just stupid. And I feel bad. I mean, I don't feel bad because it's a fake dog. It's not even a real dog playing the characters. So it's like,
also, like the end of that movie ends with Crypto just throwing Luther around. I'm like, there's no fucking way he'd survive that.
No, like, Luther would have died. Superman,
or at the very least, full body cast.
That's the thing is like
at the very least,
Superman saves Lex from Doomsday in BVS, and then Gunn's just was like, whatever. The dog is just fucking him up or whatever. I mean, I didn't care about Luther getting fucked up because Luther sucks as a person, but like, I don't think Superman would have allowed that to happen. It's just, but yeah, Phil and I pretty much see eye to eye on that movie on a lot of things.
Yes, I know.
But if you like the movie, great. It's just, but like I said, Clayface looks interesting, so I might check that out. I'm into other DC stuff. It's just DC overall. I'm just kind of like, I don't know. And then on top of that too, we've got the Paramount merger. Who knows where things are gonna land in a year or two, or I don't know what's gonna happen with Gunn's future. I know his contract is, I don't know if it's got extended or not. I'm not sure exactly what.
I got to send it for a little bit. I mean, that's what everybody's kind of wondering. I mean, I even said it too. I'm like, hey, I mean, his job's not secure. I mean, it's not.
Mm-hmm.
The Paramount thing. I mean, first off, that's not fully settled yet. Obviously, there's still a lot of things that they have to go through. Yeah, I know that's why. Like when Zach posted that he was on the Paramount Loud, there was a lot of people that were like, "Oh my God, it's happening!" I'm like, "What is happening?" Nothing has been finalized yet. It's for his Brawler movie. He's not going UFC in there. Yeah, it's like that's the movie. I mean, Paramount owns the broadcasting rights for the UFC, so naturally they're going to be distributing the UFC movie. That's what it's about. I mean, but obviously it's like, you got the fans will be fans. But yeah, at the same time, Gunn, who knows? After Man of Tomorrow, there might not be anything. I mean, there might be some more greenlit stuff. But he even said in an interview like last year that, they want to like set up things. And then he goes, but, it might not even be me who does those things. Yeah. He's very aware that, this could be a short term. You never know. He could be out.
I'm not worried for Gunn personally because he's been allowed to make and do what he's wanted for the last couple of years. So I'm not like, throw him in the trash, or whatever. But like, from a job perspective, he's going to be fine because realistically, even if Man of Tomorrow like bombs and it doesn't work out or whatever the case is, like it's not going to matter because whatever new direction Paramount wants to go in, that's what they're going to do. And then James can just probably go back to Marvel because there's no one at Marvel who's going to say no to James doing Guardians 4. It'll still make money and that'll be fine. And people will still go see it. I mean, exactly. I don't love the Guardians movies, but I know a lot of fans that would go see a James Gunn Guardians 4. Like it's money in the bag. So James's career it's fine no matter what.
It's going to be interesting because I don't know what the hell. I don't know. I'm just like this year again. What we always emphasize is like we're getting 3 DCU projects that are not written and directed by James Gunn. Yeah, they have his fingertips because he's producing all of it. He's creative, but at the same time, I'm like very much looking forward to seeing like how does Supergirl actually play out. Yes, it has a James Gunn feel, but at the same time, it's Craig Gillespie. He's a great director. And then you got Lanterns, and then you got Clayface, just distinct projects. And I'm like, this is really going to see had the variety of the DCU, in my opinion. And that's why I've always been like looking forward to this year, because last year was all James Gunn. Everything written, directed, you know, James Gunn, Peacemaker, Creature Commandos, Superman. It was all James Gunn. He had to start it. Now he's like, here, you do that, you do that, you do that, and then I'm going to do this for next year. That's what's going to be interesting. And then I'm curious to see what has he learned to go into Man of Tomorrow to maybe get, you know, like you guys who didn't like the interpretation. What if you watch Man of Tomorrow and go, huh, okay, that was better, you know? I'm not saying you're going to be like over the moon about it, but it'd be kind of interesting if, like, when you guys actually saw it and went, maybe he learned something and takes things a little bit more seriously, learns from maybe mistakes that he made. You know, I'm just kind of like wondering if that's going to be the case. Who knows? You know, it's like one of those things. That's why I kind of look at it, you know, like I'm like, okay, you know, because I'm not sitting here going like, you guys are wrong and stuff like that. No, you guys are totally, you know, your opinions are totally validated, 100%. It's just like, yeah, I'm just kind of like wondering, like, moving forward with like these 3 projects, and then when we get the follow-up, I'm kind of wondering like what the responses could be from that too.
The good thing, the only thing I really will be critical with James about is, like, you know, not allowing. I mean, I own it on DVD. I haven't finished watching the show, but, like, you know, maybe him forcing the wrap up on Superman and Lois because he didn't want another live action Superman kind of competing with his own. I mean, that seems to be what the case was. But
no, it wasn't just that.
All right. Well, what it is with me, at least as far as being a Superman and Batman fan, is at least, you know, at the end of the day, if I don't like a certain interpretation, I have multiple other ones to go to. So at the end of the day, like, yeah, Man of Tomorrow could be better, hopefully. I mean, you know, we'll see what happens and stuff. But even if it's bad, or if I don't like it, I still have other iterations that I can go back and rewatch. So
very true.
You know,
that's a good way to look at it, because I remember on Superman Day, I watched James Gunn Superman first, put that on, and I was like, you know, and I enjoy it throughout. And then I put on Man of Steel, and it was just kind of like going like, man, how opposite those two are. I mean, I prefer Man of Steel over James Gunn Superman, but it's just like, it was interesting to watch. I've never watched those two back to back, and it was just like interesting to see, like, oh yeah, look at the distinct storytelling and filmmaking of both of these. You know,
when we watched 25 after the credits rolled, it pulled up Man of Steel on HBO Max, and Kayla and I had a really good laugh at that. We're like, she even joked. She was like, "Oh, since you just got done watching this hot trash, why don't you watch actual Superman?" I couldn't.
Well, yeah. Once you watch Superman 2025, it'll immediately. That's the same thing that happened to me. Yeah. Where I was like, once it ended, I was watching on HBO Max. It was like Man of Steel. I was like, it knew that I wanted to watch that next, and yeah. I mean, it's just like one of those things where it's like, it is very interesting to see. Because I never watched them back to back, and I was like, oh wow, yeah, it's just like how, and then the fact that one came out 13 years ago, and then this, and I'm like, man, it's kind of crazy to compare them, you know.
When people love these characters so much, there's just so many different interpretations that you can do. I mean, being that I love Batman and Superman, and even like Ninja Turtles to an extent, there's just so many iterations. Like Ninja Turtles, in fact, like I watched. I can't remember if I went to the theaters or not to see it, but I watched the new animated version of them, the one that went to theaters, the Seth Rogen produced Ninja Turtles. I call them like I call them like the Gen Alpha, Gen Z Turtles, basically, because, you know, you have to think about it realistically, in that they are, you know, turtles of this new era, essentially. And they actually had real teenagers voice them, as opposed to, you know, adults pretending to be teenagers and stuff. And it wasn't for me personally. I didn't love the movie. I liked it enough where I was like, okay, I see what they're kind of doing here. I think I see like a new interpretation and like how they go about with this, and I didn't love all the decisions stuff, but it was a new iteration. But on the other hand, like, you know, it wasn't my favorite interpretation of them. But yeah, I just went home and I rewatched, you know, the 1990 movie, because that's, to me, like the gold standard of those characters.
I mean, again, that's what's good. It's like we have so many versions of this stuff that we could just go like, I didn't like that, I'm gonna watch this and be like, you know.
Yeah.
It's refreshing. It's like, oh, I didn't like that beer. Let me go home and have the beer that I like.
I would, while we're on it though, I would reiterate, if you guys have the time, if you do love Ninja Turtles, watch the 2012 Nickelodeon show, because that to me is a Ninja Turtle show made by fans for fans. That's the best way I can put it. It's very, very good.
There's another version of Superman coming very, very soon that I am actually looking forward to, and that's My Adventures Superman Season 3. They actually just showed off a new poster. Cyborg Superman.
Cyborg Superman. Yeah, I still have to watch Season 2, so I got to catch up.
Well, Season 2
I was
is fun.
like, I know. I really enjoyed Season 1. I was like, I wasn't sure if I was gonna like it, but then, man, fucking A, they did a really good job when it came to that. So yeah, I got to watch Season 2.
It's a very, like, I didn't know what to expect from it, because obviously right off the bat, I was like, okay, this is like an anime Superman. That's what I still call it.
That's what it felt like. Yeah.
An anime Superman. But like the characters they're themselves, but they're very different. It's so weird. Lois is still Lois, but she's like got high anxiety. She's very like insecure. It's all these different types of things. I think this is one of the best. This is one of the best iterations that they've done of Jimmy.
I agree,
in my opinion. Because
other than that, I could really give a shit about Jimmy Olsen, but this version I do like.
Yeah, well, a lot of iterations of Jimmy Olsen throughout the multimedia. It's really funny. I kind of think that Jimmy is almost like a totem for you can tell what universe you're in depending on what version of Jimmy you get. But depending on where you go, Jimmy's always kind of like a, gosh, gee willikers or something kind of character, and he's getting shoved aside or moved around, or he's a sex pervert that puts in things, web toes on it, whatever. Anyway, mutant toes, yeah. So, but I liked
or
Jimmy
a secret agent who gets murdered. Sorry,
Alias. They never Alias.
Yeah, I know, I get it.
The funniest thing about that in BVS, in my opinion, is that if you know Jimmy Olsen lore or you know the character, it would totally be within the realm of possibility that Jimmy gets his identity stolen by the CIA so that they can intercept Lois Lane. Like that would totally be a thing that would happen to Jimmy, like without a doubt in my mind. Because Jimmy as a character, and why he's Superman's like pal, best friend, is because he is a salt of the earth, good-hearted, wonderful person who gets manipulated and thrown into chaos and has to like work his way around it and stuff.
That's even apparent in Absolute Superman. I mean, they're not friends from the go, but more or less that's exactly what happens to that version of Jimmy. He basically, without giving too much away, he's a part of the Omega Men first, but he's like one of the first few people, him and Lois Lane, to like see Kal-El for who he is, and like they avidly want to like help him help other people. Right. It's a progression in the Absolute Superman universe. But yeah, to your point, the version in My Adventures with Superman is really refreshing. And I think mostly it has to do with the fact that like they made Superman and Jimmy very, very closer in age, whereas in a lot of other interpretations
they're all college roommates in this, right, or something.
So they're roommates, and Lois is on her own, but I think by the the end of season 2, him and Lois are very much like they're a thing. Jimmy is also a fucking millionaire in My Adventures Superman, which is insane.
They do a great thing because they make Jimmy in Adventures Superman, they make him a extension of the social media wing of the Daily Planet, and he becomes like the de facto, and he gets very good at it very quickly and accumulates a small fortune and stuff. But it's good because you need certain adventures for Lois and Clark to kind of go on. And so Jimmy kind of like backs them. So so they do all these different things and they make Jimmy a little bit more interesting, a little bit more useful. He's one of those characters that should not have persisted through the books as long as he did, but he just somehow
he did.
And like that's kind of also the charm and kind of joke about Jimmy Olsen. And so they kind of just find a new way to like utilize him in different continuities and stuff throughout the years and stuff. But yeah, I think the Adventures of Superman is doing a very unique thing, and I wouldn't be shocked if later Superman books down the line, whenever DC, does another reboot or whatever, because they do every 5 years at this point, like if they just make Jimmy kind of like that more in the books, because it makes the most sense, and how he can be a friend to both Clark and Lois, be useful in the Daily Planet, as opposed to just being a photographer,
No, I mean, I think they've always, and I think you're right too. Is like, the way the Jimmy character is put, kind of almost like it is kind of like a little bit of like a test of like, oh, how is this interpretation of everything going to be by like how they treat the Jimmy character. It's like he shouldn't be that kind of like I don't know how to even explain it, but like what you were basically saying at first, Paul, was like how they treat the Jimmy character is how the whole world is kind of going to be. I think you were kind of saying something like that. I don't know.
It's like a reflection or something.
There you go.
Like,
yes. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
like one of my favorite examples is granted, I don't know about the continuity anymore between Supergirl and Superman and Lois, but like the Jimmy Olsen of that universe is a like 6 foot tall, muscular black man who's extremely handsome. And I'm like, and he's black. And it's like, yeah, definitely CW. Okay, got it. Like, I know exactly where universe I'm in.
Yeah.
But no, like it's funny. And Jimmy was good in that show too. And like, and in this Adventures of Superman, he's black again as well, which is interesting. But at the same time, he is extremely nerdy. He's a very good friend.
He's short and nerdy, not like
yeah. But I've noticed that too, which is kind of a recurring theme, which I think is kind of funny, is that all of these redheaded characters keep getting replaced by black characters, which I think is interesting. It's just a weird...
There's always been like a thing like that where people always go like, why do they always replace the gingers? Like, so I think that's why a lot of people, I think that's why people were kind of refreshed by Superman 20 and 25 was like, oh, you actually did cast a redheaded, freckled faced, like actor.
But we're gonna make him like a ladies' man for some reason.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Yeah, that part was pretty interesting, but hey,
I know.
Very interesting, but and then then of course there's like this whole thing that there might be a concept of Jimmy Olsen series that might be coming out on HBO Max, which could be interesting if they, if he's investigating like some of these metahumans that we get introduced to. I don't know. There could be it could be a total shit sandwich. And then at the same time, I'm like, well, could be something pretty good. But if they really rely heavily on that, he's like this weird ladies' man. I'm like, don't do a little bit of that, but don't do a lot of that, please.
I mean, the book or the comic series, it got revived for a brief time with Matt Fraction, which I thought was really good because it broke kind of the fourth wall a lot of times and stuff, which was really funny. But the Jimmy Olsen comics are kind of like, there's some of the weirdest runs of DC Comics because it's like Jimmy gets put on an assignment to do something, and then he just like runs out the door into Metropolis, and he'll get thrown in like the middle of a galactic war, or he's dealing with the Newsboys Legion, or he gets turned into a giant turtle man. Like, I
remember the turtle man.
It's like the Silver Age writers, like especially at that time with DC, you could just tell that they were just trying to like, they were trying to just write a story and go home. Like they just,
here's something to put out there for sure. I know
we're gonna have Jimmy cross-dress in this one episode. He's got to infiltrate the mob or something like
in the series. Yeah, it's going to be something like that. But let's go ahead and wrap up this stream right here. We're going on about 4 hours, and I'm like, you know what? I got things I got to do tomorrow, and I might try to hit that comic book shop, before I do family things.
Superman, Spider-Man, the other one is coming out, right? Or is there
that one? Oh, yeah.
Spider-Man, Superman. Superman, Spider-Man already came out. Spider-Man, Superman came out a week ago, I think.
Okay, so I need to grab that tomorrow.
Big Sam, I need to too.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right.
So, yeah. So everybody hit your local comic book store. Like I said, like what Mr. Perez was saying, support. This is why we do this. And of course, William's going to be busy tomorrow. Hopefully he gets a lot of business at the Sci-Fi Center. He's got a lot of MK2 merch too to give away, which is cool. And I'm like, I know Phil and I were like, hey, send over those Johnny Cage sunglasses, send over that Katana fans that he has. It'd be freaking awesome. But
Mortal Kombat comes out next Friday.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, does that come out or Street Fighter come out first? But I guess Mortal Kombat does.
Yeah, Street Fighter comes out in October, I think.
Well, Mortal Kombat was supposed to come out last October, but they moved it to this summer.
Yeah. So Mortal Kombat comes out. Yeah. So definitely looking forward to that and seeing how everybody's reacting to it. So anyways, Phil, what do you got to promote?
Do I have anything? At the moment, no, I don't. I haven't posted anything. I haven't updated anything. No, not really. I almost did a video today about toxic fandoms, but I don't want the heat for that because of one or two that I would throw on there. I'm just not fucking not going to deal with that. You know, I'm going to try and find time to do something about Clayface for the Eternal Night, my Batman show. I was the host of Council this past week, so if you guys want to go check out the latest episode of Council Creators, I hosted that. And you know, keep an eye out for Salvo Media. Me and my friend Mike, you know, and one of his friends, we've been watching The Boys, and those reviews drop day of the episode. So I've been fortunate enough to see that. The finale of Daredevil happens next week. I know a lot of you guys haven't seen it, but buckle up because it's a fucking doozy.
Yeah,
that's all I'm going to say about that.
I've been enjoying Daredevil.
Season 2, Born Again, has been complete opposite day and night like of season 1, and I've been happy.
The finale makes really good on that promise. That's all I'm going to say.
Good.
And
I've been enjoying it. You know, I definitely have. So
yeah, other than that,
last night.
I played Kingdom Hearts last night on stream. I've been streaming that game for you know, last couple weeks. I just made my way through Atlantica. Next up is Halloween Town, so that'll be a lot of fun. Other than that, no, I don't really have much else going on. Just, you know, doing my old shit. I mean, I started my new job last week, so I've just been kind of adjusting to my new schedule, which has been fun, to say the least.
So you got to like try to figure out a rhythm where you can post some videos in between. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, no, you have to. Your body has to adapt for sure. You know, sleep schedules and everything.
Yep.
I know you get up early for your job. Really early.
Yeah, really early.
Yeah. Well, appreciate you. And Paul, if you have anything to promote, you know, we always joke about that.
Yeah, no, I'm just a guy. I just show up.
The guy who loves talking about movies and comic books.
That's why we're here, right? No, I mean, I've got other stuff going on. I've just been trying to do some more writing and try to figure some more stuff out. But no, I've just been figuring out the house stuff. In a couple weeks, I'm going to be down in Florida. So expect a different background, I guess. And yeah, it's I'm still figuring out exactly when the rental period is going to start, because we're looking to when things are getting booked, but at the same time, people are kind of booking more towards the end of June. So I might push off a little bit. I don't know yet, but we're going to figure it out. But other than that, not too much else going on. Just got a tax extension, just finalizing some taxes and stuff. Other than that, not too much else is going on. So just living. That's about it.
There you go. Just follow him on Instagram. You want to see his adventures that he's posting when he's traveling and stuff. He's got some good pictures on there.
Yeah, I try.
Yeah, no, it's good.
Yeah, it's fun. So
yeah, for sure. All right. Well, I appreciate you guys. And of course, thank you to William. Thank you to Taladia. Thank you to Ronan. And thank you to anybody else that I forget. Perez, Mr. David Perez. And of course, thank you, Phil. And thank you, Paul. And thank you, everybody who's been watching this entire time. We love you. Subscribe, hit that like, thumbs up, leave a comment. How'd you feel about the stream? Do all that. And yeah, guys, like I said, Comic Book Day. Go visit your local comic book shop. Give them some business and everything. And we love you. We'll talk to you later.